allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, we'll have our meeting procedures.
Welcome to the Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting of March 22nd, 2011. Agendas are available on the wall outside this meeting room. If you are here to speak on an issue not appearing on the agenda, you may do so during the public comment period. There is a 3-minute time limit per speaker. The board is not permitted to take action on these items addressed under public comment. When you speak, clearly state your name and address for the record. All items on the agenda will be open for the public to address before final action is taken. There is a 3-minute time limit per speaker, which will be monitored by a timer on the podium. If there is a person speaking on behalf of a group with no other testimony from another member of the group, please identify yourself as such, and your time may be extended at the pleasure of the board. Keep in mind that the chairman has the discretion of limiting the total discussion time on any item. If you are hearing impaired, we have listening devices available. It is requested that all pagers and cell phones be either turned off or put in silent mode. Thank you for your participation and cooperation.
Thank you. Next is the time for public comment. This is the time when anyone from the public can address the board on something that is not on the agenda. Keep in mind we can take no action. But if there is somebody, please come forward and state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Stan Nader. I reside at 2560 3rd Street in Lincoln. I am speaking to you this morning as a Sarsis board member and concerned citizen of Placer County. Save Auburn Ravine and Salmon and Steelhead has always worked collaboratively with agencies and landowners to facilitate the return of the salmon run to the waters of Placer County, namely Auburn Ravine and Coon Creek. Water quality is of the utmost importance because of the pristine nature of the spawning areas within those bodies of water. It is critical that any sources of contamination be removed from these sensitive spawning areas. Pharmaceuticals, pyrethroids, metals, etc. cannot be removed by current treatment technology, cannot be allowed to be present in these very sensitive areas of our waterways. I believe you need to be brutally honest with yourselves. The regional concept has been advocated and discussed for 20 years, even by you yourselves. Because of the current reduced construction cost, if this window of opportunity is not embraced, you will never have this chance again. You need to face the fact that at some point in the future, because of your restricted land area, you will eventually have to go regional. Why not seize this moment and protect the environment by taking the right course of action? On the comments from Pamela Creedon, Executive Director of the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, by taking a stand of not going regional, you are deepening an adverse position with this permitting body. With current information in hand that going regional is a viable option, they clearly have sent signals that granting you current and future permits may be dead on arrival. I am at a total loss to understand why anyone would put themselves in such a position as this. I would like to address two concerns that I have been told some of you have with going regional. One is that going regional, Lincoln benefits from this project. I will not deny that. But the ones that benefit the most from going regional are the ratepayers of Placer County, and that's all of us. And more importantly, the environment is protected. The fish and waters of Placer County have been here longer than any of us. It is incumbent upon us, I'm here representing Sarsis, if you could give me a few more minutes. It is incumbent on us to leave no greater footprint on this landscape than humanly possible. Sarsis will be commenting on your CEQA document, and I would ask, has the alternative of regionalization been considered as part of this review? I formally request that you complete a full EIR and fully assess the environmental impacts of your project on the potential alternatives. Secondly, your desire to obtain federal monies to augment the funding of the regional project will be limited at best. The days of having federal government save the day are over. The federal agencies that could provide assistance have had their budgets severely cut. Although there may be some grant monies available, you must face the fact that we must address this important situation on our own. I would suggest that a consideration of doing a public-private partnership be taken. I would respectfully ask that you reconsider your position and that you would embrace the regional concept as the best long-term solution for this very important issue for the citizens of Placer County. Please demonstrate integrity and vision for the people you represent, because that is what you were elected to do. And I would ask your forgiveness for my candor, but I believe this is a very critical time in our county, and I wanted to share this with you. And I will be contacting you individually, and I will hope that you would make yourselves available, as I would like to have a further discussion with you. I will provide copies of my comments to the clerk and my business card. Thank you for letting me address you this morning.
There's no forgiveness needed. Your candor is appreciated.
Thanks, Dan. And then what is the date, Tom, of our next workshop?
I believe it's April 4th. Is that the first Tuesday in May? Oh, the 5th. Thank you. May.
Okay. Thanks. Okay. May 5th. May 5th. Thanks. Is there anyone else who'd like to address the board on something that is not on the agenda?
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Lisa Bloom, and I work for the Community Development Resource Agency, and I'm a resident of Placer County. But I'm here today as a Seroptimist. And Seroptimist International has 8 clubs within our county. Seroptimist International of Auburn, Historic Auburn, the American River, Colfax, Lincoln, the Loomis Basin, Seroptimist International of Roseville, and our newest club, Seroptimist International of South Placer, which was, excuse me, just chartered last weekend. And we're in support of the resolution that's on today's agenda or acknowledging the National Women's History Month. Seroptimist means best for women, and we strive daily to improve the lives of women and girls in our local communities and throughout the world by scholarships, grants, and hands-on service projects. And we would just like to thank you for acknowledging the contributions that women have made throughout the state's history, and to acknowledge that not only is this month National Women's History Month, but March 8th marked the 100th anniversary of International Women's Day. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board on something not on the agenda? Seeing none, I will move to supervisor reports. Any committee reports? Jim?
I don't have a committee report, but it's interesting that we're celebrating the right of women to vote in California today. It's with sadness that I report the loss of Betty Azevedo, who many of you may remember was, I believe, with apologies to Joanne Neff, I believe the first woman planning commissioner for the Placer County. She also served as the president of the State Planning Commission Association. She had been failing health for several years due to severe arthritis and passed over the weekend. So there are no services planned, although I just would like to acknowledge the work that she did for Placer County as a planning commissioner and as a community activist. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jim. Sorry to hear that. Anyone else? See no other committee reports, and it's not quite 9:15. So We'll go to our first department item.
Consent agenda.
Excuse me. I've been away too long. We have our consent agenda. These are a list of items that are intended to be taken in one motion, but we're happy to pull and discuss any of those if there's a request to do that. So, Tom, Jack?
Actually, I have a couple items that I would like pulled off the consent agenda. Item number 15A, 15B pulled off completely, 20A, and 22A through D.
So, Jack, excuse me, you'd like 22B deferred and the others pulled to be discussed?
15B.
Excuse me, 15B.
15B pulled off completely, deferred.
Deferred.
To a later date. 15A pulled off for discussion.
Right.
20A pulled off for discussion, and 22 items A through D.
Got it, thanks.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Is there anyone from the public who'd like something pulled specifically for discussion? With that, is there a motion on the remaining?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda as modified. Roll call, please.
Holmes? Euler? Oops, Montgomery?
Yes.
Duran?
Yes.
Wygant?
Yes. So our first item, 15A, resolution amending joint exercise of powers, Placer County Financing Authority.
Yes, and I just had a comment that I wanted to bring up. In reading through the amendment, again, this is an amendment to an existing joint exercise of power agreements for Placer County Public Financing Authority. And I was going through Article X, and this concerns the going from a 1-year to a 5-year audit, correct? You know, I just thought from a perspective of someone looking at this document that it would be very helpful, as opposed to requiring them to go right to the government code to find out what the time period was, is just we insert the language strictly from the government code section 26909 that says in brackets behind, I believe it's probably in the middle of this language here, right after government code section 26909, an audit covering a 5-year period. Is that?
Well, you know, the board's preferences are direction. We tend not to quote statutes in our ordinances and JPAs because we have no control over the power of the state legislature to amend them. And every time they amend them, we then have to come back and theoretically change our language. By quote, by just referencing the statute, when the statute changes, we have kept current with whatever the current language of the statute is. But your preferences are direction.
Well, I think you cleared up my concern. So
Okay.
that being said, I will withdraw my request.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, preference of the board on 15A?
Move approval as it stands.
Second.
On the agenda.
Moved and seconded to approve 15A as per staff recommendation. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And 15B we will bring back later.
And let me, if I might, Mr. Chair, on that, just for the audience reference, that's the grand jury response from the county on behalf of your board to the report on the All-American Speedway. There's been a request that we make some modifications on that, so we expect to come back in the first meeting in April. And also, I just want to acknowledge that Roseville, as they had sent a letter on March 1st, they distributed, the city of Roseville resubmitted that letter for today's record, and so that would be part of the record.
And Jack, your light's on. Did you?
Oh, no, that's.
You're good. Jennifer?
Yeah, I just also wanted to mention that there is some information available on the All-American Speedway website that I would encourage the board to have a look at as well.
Good. Thank you. Okay, that then takes us to 20A, abandoned pedestrian easement, Lot 6, Cobblestone Subdivision.
Good morning, Chairman, board members. My name is Ken Grimm with Department of Public Works. The item has to do with an abandonment of a pedestrian easement in a Granite Bay subdivision. It supplies access to a wetland area, open space area. That area is also served from the adjacent property on the other side. And so these folks have asked that we abandon that easement between the two parcels, and we have granted that. They have agreed to pay for the cost and the value of that property.
Great. I just had a real quick question. You know, anytime that we have reserved an easement and then give it up, you know, I just want to kind of delve a little bit into the circumstances. Is this other access point, is it equal to or greater than or similar to the access that we're going to go ahead and
My understanding is absolutely, in fact, probably even a little bit better. This is in between two lots going towards this wetland area. The adjacent property, my understanding, has actually developed some better access to get more of a trail to that area.
Great, great. In the future, if I could just request that maybe another diagram of that particular access in the packet, that would be very helpful. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
I'll move approval for that.
It's been moved and approved to adopt item 20A, abandonment of the just discussed pedestrian easement. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. And items 22A through D.
Yes, and again, I believe we're going to be having a discussion on the revenue share, and we're going to be having that in a few moments, so.
Pleasure of the board?
So you want to defer this until our discussion of revenue share? Is that my understanding?
No, we should go ahead.
Oh, okay. Move approval of items 22A through D.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the revenue sharing items A through D. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
One abstention.
One, oh, excuse me, Jack. I should have learned by now. Now we are appropriately timed for our 9:15 timed item. So Diana, if you'd like to come up, I'm going to read the resolution, then I'll bring it down for you, and we'll give you the microphone to make some comments if you'd like. Whereas the women of California won the right to vote after a decade-long effort culminating on October 10, 1911, when a majority of California men voted in favor of political equality and passed the Women's Suffrage Amendment to the state constitution. Whereas while passage of the Women's Suffrage Amendment ultimately required support from men in all corners of the state, the hard-fought battle to liberate California women was secured by farmers, business, and working men living in small towns and rural areas such as Placer County, who responded to the call to give women political liberty by voting in favor of the amendment over their urban counterparts. Whereas the innovative California campaign utilized the talents and abilities of all supporters to divide up the state and responsibilities required to garnish the support needed to pass the amendment, this approach broke new creative ground in promoting votes for women by incorporating the latest in advertising and publicity techniques, including electric signs, automobile tours, giant billboards, open-air speeches, leaflets in 5 languages, colorful citywide displays, and countless other new means of outreach. Whereas the intensive 8-month campaign won the support of editors, teachers, ministers, the governor, and the legislature, and finally a majority of the state's male voters. And whereas the amendment initially thought to be defeated, triumphed after delayed returns from rural areas swung the election in the women's favor, passing by less than 1% of the vote, 125,037 to 121,450, average margin of 1 in every voting precinct in the state. Whereas California was the 6th state in the nation to approve political equality, passing women's suffrage 9 years before the 19th Amendment to the United States Constitution was ratified. Whereas in 1912, the first year after women won the right to vote in California, there were 2,321 women in Placer County registered to vote, representing 35% of the 6,500-ish registered total voters. Whereas the victory in California doubled the number of women in the United States who could vote, offering new hope to supporters throughout the nation. Whereas the intensive statewide campaign in small towns and rural areas calling for justice for California women proved to be an inspiration to supporters around the world and helped encourage women's suffrage in other states. Whereas to the credit of the state and California women voters, women immediately used their new power responsibly and formed civic leagues and associations for the betterment of California, which still have influence today. Whereas the successful historic effort by courageous and resolute citizens of all races and origins dedicated to the ideal of true democracy and cause of celebration and recognition for its rightful place in shaping the history of the state of California, it is therefore resolved that the Placer County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of the citizens of Placer County, acknowledge March as National Women's History Month, October 10th, 2011, as the 100th anniversary of women's suffrage in California. So with that,
Thank you. I'm taking a point of order. Thank you from all the women.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I would like to recognize Mr. and Mrs. Norberg, who have worked tirelessly throughout Roseville and Placer County, are here today. I believe they reside in Oakland now. So, welcome.
Morning. So Diana, you have the podium.
Okay. On behalf of the California Women's Suffrage Centennial Committee, Placer County League of Women Voters, and the AAUW Auburn, and the women whose shoes that I follow, one in particular being Carol Norberg, who got me started in a lot of the women's work here in Placer County. I thank you. It is a great honor to be here. It is a great honor to be working on this celebration because so much does not get talked about or written about in our history. And I'm hoping that the board, in your acknowledgement of this, that you will encourage our schools, encourage our libraries, encourage any public offices that you make suggestions to seek out our buttons. We have buttons. Let's celebrate this and also on their information, tell the story about the voting. Get the information because the achievement that women and men have made in California for this access to vote is a powerful story, it's dramatic, and it should be remembered and honored and told. And so I thank you so much on our behalf.
Well, thank you, appreciate you.
I have a button for each of you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yep.
Diana, I just want to thank you for your leadership in bringing this forward. And I also want to thank you and acknowledge you for your gentle persistence. Bringing
You mean a women's commission in Placer County?
right, bringing issues that are concerned to you forward. I know when I meet you in any event, you always take the time to corral me and present your position. So anyhow, I thank you for that.
Thank you.
You bet.
And Jennifer?
The ladies won't be forgotten.
Well, as the sole representative of the female gender up here, I'm particularly pleased to have this in front of us today. And I really want to thank you, Diana, for all the work that you've done, not just on this, but so much else in Placer County. I mean, you truly are a real asset to Placer County, whether it's, reminding us about the struggle to obtain a vote for women in California or other issues. I really want to say thank you for that. Couple of questions that I had for you. Any events upcoming that we should know about relating to this? Now's your time to shine, girl.
Okay, on this Saturday, we're going to be having a centennial tea at the historic Bernhardt Winery. We're practically sold out, except we got about four or five more seats available, not seats, but reservations available, where we will have a wonderful program. Some of us will be in costume in honor of our ancestors before us, and we will have a proclamation about it, and we will have Lynn Cook, a wonderful person who in Lincoln, who will be doing a bit of living history. I don't know if any of you could tell me who was the first woman that ran for governor in California. And maybe the exception of Carol Norberg, I don't think anyone probably here knows. And that was Clara Shortridge Froat. And she was also the first woman lawyer of the West. And through California, because of her, we got a public defenders commission that model went throughout the country. So we have that coming up, and we're encouraging people to do something of their own to celebrate. we're encouraging organizations like Seroptimus to invite people. Candace and I will be going out, making presentations about it. And in October, we'll be doing something in August, what we don't know yet. But in October, we're going to have a 2-day celebration in Sacramento. And the Capitol, the museum, it's going to be family-oriented too, because October the 10th is Columbus Day. We're going to do California proud. And you can help. We have a website, www.ca2011 Centennial, and you can make donations because it always costs, and our government can't help us. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Thank you. Good to see you, Mark and Carol. Don't be strangers.
I'm Mark Norberg. I now reside in Oakland. And since you've recognized, we thank you for recognizing us. And we came here especially to recognize you for having done what you just did in honoring the women of California and presenting this proclamation to Diana. Thank you from the Norbergs.
Thanks, Mark. Okay, we will now take up our 9:20 timed item. Placer County Public Housing Authority. Oh, and I apologize, we have to adjourn as the Placer County Board of Supervisors and convene as the Placer County Housing Authority. And Cheryl?
Yes.
There you are.
Good morning, Chair Wygant, members of the board. Cheryl Davis from your Housing Authority. Supervisor Duran, this is my first opportunity before the board this calendar year. So please accept my belated welcome. Just a point of context for you. The Department of Health and Human Services has a division of Human Services, of which I'm a director. And we also, within Human Services, have the Housing Authority. It's a very cost-efficient way of managing our program. I'd like to introduce to you then our cost-efficient management team. Art Madrigal, who's our acting program manager, replacing Jane Christensen, whom you know, retired just recently. Part of the cost efficiency comes from not only overseeing the Housing Authority, but our Human Services Office in Auburn, as well as our food stamp program. And then Nancy Dempsey, who is our Housing Authority supervisor, who single-handedly is responsible for some of the good news I get to tell you today. We are here today as true testament of how quickly time flies. We can't believe it's already time for our annual plan again. We feel as though we just did this with you. But we are requesting that you conduct a public hearing today, as well as approve our annual plan and administrative plan. Usually when we bring forward these plans, any changes have been very procedural or technical and, quite frankly, very boring. This year we have two very exciting changes for you. Number one is that the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development has recognized Placer County Housing Authority as a high-performing housing authority. We have our designation to be able to share with you. In as dignified a manner as I can when we want to say, woohoo, we did it. Nancy worked very tirelessly over the past year to meet the standards that HUD has put out for us to be able to attain that great recognition. The second good piece of news we have is because we're a high-performing housing authority now, it gives us access to bring in more housing assistance for those who need it in our community. Because there has been very limited housing assistance coming from the federal government for the past several years, any that is available must be competed for, and they're restricting competition to high-performing housing authorities. We were able to partner with the Sierra Nevada Veterans Administration and Health Services to bring 25 housing choice vouchers to Placer County for our veterans in need. Then third, the changes to the plan then do get to the procedural and the technical and the boring. HUD has instituted new systems that verify the Social Security numbers and the income of both our recipients and our applicants to ensure that folks are eligible for the program. We have adjusted our procedures for that, and it was very easy for us to do as your public assistance, your Human Services Division. We do that all the time on our Public Assistance Agency. So those are the changes before you today in our plan.
The plan has been out for public comment for the required 45 days. We have no comments to report to you today from that time period for you to consider. So our recommendation then is for you to conduct the public hearing, approve our plans, both our annual and administrative plan, which will enable us to secure $1.8 million for our housing authority going forward so that we can continue housing assistance for our seniors, our persons with disabilities, and our families that are throughout Placer County.
Well, thank you and congratulations.
Yes, did I tell you we're a high-performing housing authority?
Sorry, could you say that again? I didn't quite.
Yes, I think we're a high-performing housing authority.
Good, good. Jennifer, do you have a question or comment?
Yeah, and let me just say woo-hoo to that. I did have a question. You mentioned this new requirement from HUD, which makes sense, to track people's social security numbers to verify eligibility. Are we doing that currently?
Yes.
And did we find that there were any problems with folks in our system already?
No, no. In fact, if you recall, this is on the housing authority side, but on the public assistance side, we were part of helping the sheriff's department uncover that gentleman who had stolen the social security number from the person in Florida.
Right.
So we are having no problems at this point.
Thank you. That's wonderful news. Thank you all for your work. It's really appreciated.
See no other questions at this time. We will open this up to the public, conduct a public hearing for comment on the fiscal year 2011-12 Placer County Housing Authority Administrative Plan. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address the board on this? Seeing none, I'll close the hearing and bring back the resolution to the board for consideration. Been moved and seconded to approve the resolution adopting the Placer County Housing Authority Administrative Plan for 2011-12. All those in favor say aye. 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 Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Tony. And now we will adjourn as the Placer County Public Housing Authority and reconvene as the Placer County Board of Supervisors and take up our first department item, which is Administrative Services Procurement Competitive Bid for Information Technology. Jim.
Well, good morning. Jim Bogan, Purchasing Manager. And item 3A is requesting your board's approval to award a competitive price quote to Dell Incorporated for a 3-year Microsoft Enterprise Software Licensing Agreement. This agreement will allow the county to continue using Microsoft products like Windows, Word, Excel, and PowerPoint, as well as Microsoft Server and other software that were provided under our previous Microsoft Enterprise Agreement, which is due to expire on April 30th. We've also folded into this new agreement our Microsoft Select Agreement for one-time Microsoft software purchases. To obtain this agreement, we evaluated a number of procurement strategies. The best was a competitively bid Riverside County agreement that provides better terms than we would expect with our comparatively smaller requirement. The Riverside agreement allows us to solicit quotes from 5 competitively pre-qualified firms, and Dell provided us the lowest pricing out of those 5. The quote is for the period of February 1st, 2011 through January 31st, 2014, and includes a rebate of the money that we have already paid for the enterprise license from February 1st through April 30th of this year, when our previous enterprise agreement expires. Between our reduction of 700 user licenses and better pricing obtained through this quote, we'll pay about 12% less than through our last enterprise agreement. Upon your approval, I'll sign the new enterprise license agreement with Dell at an annual cost of $397,701.88, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions? Jack?
Yeah, just real briefly, and I appreciate the fact that you created, it looks like close to $50,000 in savings over the last agreement that you had. Just from a procedural standpoint, is this considered a piggyback bid on the Riverside contract, or how does that work?
It's kind of a hybrid. It was a piggyback to start with, but they have options for obtaining quotes out of their agreement with these 5 vendors, which was competitively arrived at. So then we did those 5 quotes. So I guess you could say it's a piggyback and then a competitive for
okay,
us.
thank you, because I was reading through the document and I was trying to figure out the calisthenics that you had to do to get there. Thank you.
Yeah, whatever we can do to save money.
Yeah.
Any other questions, comments? Pleasure of the board.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the award to Dell as per the discussion, $397,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. If it's okay with everybody, I think next we'll jump down and do 7 and 8, then come back to 6, and leave all of our budget items for the end, so we can take as much time. I know there are a lot of folks here who want to hear and see all of that anyhow. So, if that's okay, we will go to item 7, which is Public Works Kings Beach Commercial Core Improvement Project, and Peter, or Ken, or someone.
Supervisor Reports.
Good morning, Chairman, board members. My name is Ken Grimm with the Department of Public Works. This next item before you is an approval of an interagency implementation agreement between the Placer County Public Works Department and the Redevelopment Agency of the county for the Kings Beach Commercial Core Improvement Project in an amount not to exceed $11 million. On January 25th of this past year, you approved an agreement between the county and the Redevelopment Agency for a wide range of projects and dedicating and allocating redevelopment dollars towards. This agreement is specific about how the dollars will be allocated for the Kings Beach Commercial Core Improvement Project. As a reminder, the Kings Beach Commercial Core Improvement Project proposes to construct sidewalks, water quality improvements, streetscaping, and parking improvements along the Kings Beach Commercial Core on Highway 28 in downtown Kings Beach between State Route 267 and Chipmunk Avenue. We're looking for your approval today of this agreement, recognizing this $11 million coming into the project, and also identifying where those dollars are going towards. The Redevelopment Agency has already utilized some of those dollars to build the Brook Avenue parking lot, as well as the Minnow Avenue parking lot. In addition to that, they've also secured some sites for additional parking that we will construct as part of our project. Out of that, and you might notice in the subsequent item, there's a remaining $4,959,859 that is still left to remain for additional project costs, particularly the construction of the project that we hope we'll be able to construct soon. With that, we're asking for your permission. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Jennifer?
Yeah, Ken, thank you, and I'm so pleased to see this item on the agenda before the state takes whatever action they may end up taking in terms of redevelopment. I want to point out that there's a couple of things in here that I think are just really important to why we need to be looking at approving this today. Particularly, I think the water quality and road improvement issues in Kings Beach. We know that there's huge issues with fine sediment coming off our surfaced areas going into Lake Tahoe. This, while it will be a streetscape and a road improvement project, this is really an environmental improvement project that we're looking at in Kings Beach. And it's something, again, that the community has fought for years, for years. I've been attending the meetings up there. People are now really embracing this and wanting to move forward with it. And so I would just really encourage our board today to move forward on this and to take the suggested action. I'll hold my comments until any of my other board members, but good job DPW, good job redevelopment, and let's move forward with this.
Jack?
No, my comment is I do appreciate the fact and the timeliness of bringing this before the board. Again, not knowing where we're going to go redevelopment-wise, it's necessary to get the ship on the water. Thank you.
Any other questions? See none. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item? See none, I will bring it back to the board for action.
I move that we adopt a resolution to approve an interagency implementation agreement between Placer County Department of Public Works and Placer County Redevelopment Agency for the Kings Beach Commercial Core Improvement Project in an amount not to exceed $11 million and authorizing the Director of the Department of Public Works or his designee to execute the agreement.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to proceed with staff recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Ken. Thanks, Jim and gang. Appreciate the collaborative effort. We will now adjourn as the Placer County excuse me, no, I'm ahead of myself, aren't I? We will now adjourn as the Placer County Board of Supervisors and convene as the Placer County Redevelopment Agency. Jim.
Thank you, Candace Rousselet, the project manager, will make the report.
Good morning, Board. This is a company project or action that follows what Ken just said in regards to the fact that Public Works is presenting their board item. We are presenting our side, which is for the Redevelopment Agency. Obviously, it should be pointed out that we started out with a verbal agreement for $11 million. We're now down to the $4,959,859. And we have, in fact, made progress, the difference being the development of projects that Ken alluded to and acquisition of some property. And we're looking forward to the partnership and moving forward, and if anyone has questions.
Are there any questions? None from the board, anyone from the public? See none, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
I move we adopt a resolution authorizing the Redevelopment Agency Director or designee to execute an agreement between the Redevelopment Agency and the County Public Works Department for the development of the Kings Beach Commercial Core Improvement Project in a not-to-exceed amount of $4,959,859 and approving California Health and Safety Code Section 33445 findings to authorize the utilization of tax increment funds and proceeds from tax allocation bonds, 2006 Series A proceeds.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now jump back up to item 6 on page 41, Facility Services, receive an update on the comprehensive facility.
Adjourn.
Thank you. We will first adjourn as the Placer County Redevelopment Agency and reconvene as the Board of Supervisors, and now jump back up to item 6, which is an update of the Master Facilities Plan by Facility Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Good morning. It's intriguing to be here in 2011 to talk about the Facilities Master Plan because Mr. Wygant may remember that the very first time I spoke in front of this board was on this topic back in 1992. And so...
And quite a moment it was.
Quite a moment it was. Those of us that lived through that are thankful that we lived through it, and we're glad to be back today. Your board is, I'm sure, aware that we have budgeted for an update of the Comprehensive Facilities Master Plan, and we started work on it this year, and we felt it was an opportune time to come to your board with an update on our progress on that, talk through some of the things that we're working on, receive input. Whatever input you provide will be most useful to us as we move forward, and then talk about the next steps and how we proceed with this process. We've put together a presentation for you that we'll go through the history and talk about some of the successes that we've had since we did this plan. The Facilities Master Plan, to me, has been an exceedingly successful endeavor. Darrell Ford told me when he was the director of then Administrative Services and I was a young project manager, hard to believe, I know, but when he told me that when he put us on this project that if we stuck around we were going to get to see the county build $250 to $300 million worth of new facilities, and we're going to talk about that today. It was prophetic on his part. He was correct. This to me is discussion of one of those plans that government does that worked. It's the basis for an awful lot of the things that we've done over the years, and I wanted to talk about that a little bit. We'll talk about ongoing work that's being undertaken in terms of demolition and upgrades to infrastructure. Joel is going to talk a lot about the nuts and bolts of the plan and how it works. Really, the Comprehensive Facilities Master Plan isn't a diagram. It isn't a concept. It's a bunch of data. And what we did early in about 2 decades ago now, the data goes back to 1991, we did a very extensive data collection process. We went through a huge amount of work to pull together what the county was, what the departments were, where the people were. We evaluated all of the existing facilities. That database has served as our guidance document over the years in how we've developed new facilities. The policies that came out of that process have guided us over the last 2 decades. It's time, though, that we take a real hard look at that data, see what has changed, and update it so that that document can live and it can continue to provide that same value to us as we move forward. So Joel's going to go over a lot of the data collection process and what we're going to be doing in terms of updating the data. We're going to talk about the planning context because it is time, because of the evolution of things, it is time for us to update the planning context. We will be undertaking over the upcoming probably 2 decades essentially a redevelopment of the Placer County Government Center, which the old DeWitt Center, what we call the Placer County Government Center. We're going to talk about that planning context and then next steps as we move along. As I mentioned briefly, the Comprehensive Facilities Master Plan was adopted in 1993. There's an error in your handout. It says 1992. The actual date is 1993. It projected the county facility needs through 2011. And here we are. I got to tell you, I'm looking at Tony, I got to tell you that those of us went through that process. It's amazing to be here 20 years later talking about updating this plan. The primary policy direction that came out of that process was to consolidate government operations to the extent that it made sense at the DeWitt Center, at the Placer County Government Center, with satellite operations in the Tahoe area and at South Placer. We're going to talk a little bit about those achievements and then some of the challenges. And I got to draw your attention to this picture. The symbolism there is fantastic. We're looking at the Lariato building through one of the DeWitt buildings that's being demolished, and it's just a great shot. CFMP and CFFP, acronyms everywhere. In 1993, we adopted the Comprehensive Facilities Master Plan, and it provided needs projections for our countywide facilities, and it did it on a unit basis. We talked about how much space an individual employee would need. We projected over 20 years how many employees the county would have in the various departments. We put together standards that we've used to develop the programming for buildings. Out of that, there was actually more to this madness than just coming up with a plan as to how we would build buildings. It was also the data basis for how the board put together the capital facilities financing plan, and part and parcel of that was also the capital facilities impact fee. So all of this data that we collected was used to develop an impact fee that brought money to the table. It also then transformed into a financing plan that we've used to construct about $250 million worth of buildings over the years. We believe that there was really very prudent fiscal planning to set aside funding. We've talked about that over and over again as we've embarked on large construction projects. We're currently constructing approximately $100 million jail facility in South Placer County. We wouldn't have been able to do that if we hadn't gone through this planning process and put together the impact fees and the finance plan. We've provided regular board updates to the the capital facilities financing plan. I can't keep the acronym straight. And we had projects that were planned out through 2017 on that plan. Most of the Tier 1 through Tier 3 projects are completed, and I'm going to really quickly go through those to show you the successes that we've had. Completed projects, a little bit misleading. The Tahoe Government Center at Kings Beach is not a completed project, but we made great strides forward on that. We're working on it. These are projects that are kind of on the east side of the county. We've purchased the Tahoe Customs House and the Tahoe Engineering Division building at Kings Beach. With the completion of the Government Center at Kings Beach, we will have transformed our occupancies at Tahoe from a hodgepodge of leased facilities to more modern, new, more efficient facilities that we own. So we're going to be controlling our own destiny at Tahoe, and that's a huge leap forward. We also reconstructed the Forest Hill Memorial Hall. It's kind of really a landmark facility up there. It's something that the whole community centers around. And we, of course, recently remodeled a historic building in Colfax as a new library. These are all projects that, frankly, at least in terms of their space needs, were absolutely contemplated by the facilities master plan. In the South Placer area, the theme here is that we had satellite facilities in the Tahoe area, satellite facilities in South Placer, and then consolidation in the Auburn area. In the South Placer area, we located, purchased, and developed a campus that's now called the Bill Santucci Justice Center. We've constructed on that site a courthouse facility. We've constructed our best building name ever is Building B, and I hope at some point in the future, this board or a future board decides to name that building something. We'll be happy to put a plaque on it and name it something, but for the time being, we call it Building B. We recently opened the Rockland Library in a cooperative project, with the Rockland Redevelopment Agency. And then 1000 Sunset is a leased facility, and our plan always considered a combination of leased facilities and owned facilities, but 1000 Sunset is where CPS and HHS are out on Sunset Boulevard in a modern facility that serves their needs down there very well. Here in the Auburn area, we've constructed the Lariato Finance Administration Building. That was the first office building that the county had constructed since we built the domes in the early 60s. And that was really a landmark project for all of us. The project architect was Joel Swift, as I recall. The jail housing unit number 4, expansion of the jail, juvenile detention facility, modern juvenile detention facility, the Auburn Justice Center, where the sheriffs and DAs and probation offices are, Community Development Resources Center, and the Children's Emergency Center. All of these facilities were constructed as a result of the planning and policy direction that your board and previous boards have given that all tie back to this comprehensive master planning process. Demolition, we've now demolished over 200,000 square feet of facilities at DeWitt, and you can see how we did it. That was one of the most fun moments I've had in my career, was actually getting to whack the hell out of a DeWitt building. It was a lot of fun. So after spending 26 years working on those DeWitt buildings, it was a pure pleasure to hit one of them with a sledgehammer. You can see in the aerial photo the areas that have been cleared out at DeWitt. Those buildings served the county very, very well over the years. They're one of the reasons, frankly, owning that complex is one of the reasons that the county has maintained good fiscal condition over the years, but the buildings reached the end of their useful lifespans over the last couple of decades, and we want to continue to pretty aggressively work on our demolition plan in that same way. Take the buildings that no longer have a value to us as they become vacant and take them down, and we want to continue to do that. But this is part of that redevelopment of that site that we talked to, that I touched on very briefly earlier. With this, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Joel for a little bit. He's going to go through the nuts and bolts of what we do from the data crunching standpoint. Mary will follow him and talk about the planning concepts, and then I'll be back to close up. At any point in time, if you have questions, please feel free.
Hey, Jim, before you start, that might be worthwhile for the public to talk a little bit about the Child Protective, that facility and the collaboration we did. I think it's just a story worth repeating quickly.
You know, I'm not sure what story you're asking about, Robert.
The the Children's Emergency
Oh, the
Center.
Children's Emergency Center, absolutely. I keyed on 1000 Sunset. I keyed on a different building than you asked about. Yeah, that facility, we used to house our children's facility in one of the old DeWitt buildings. We had, over the years, we had an asbestos problem in that building. It was way overcrowded. It didn't serve that population well.
It was a depressing building to be in.
It was not a good facility to be in. We were able to garner some federal grant money to construct the new children's receiving home. We also utilized county monies to do that, and I think we had just a hugely successful project out there. It's not a building that we go show off very often. It's probably the one that I personally am most proud of because it serves that particular population. I don't know what else you wanted me to embellish on, but it was truly one of our really successful projects.
I
Tom?
think when you look at that mix of funding, though, is congressionally designated about $1.5 million. Redevelopment was able to offset some of the sewer costs of about $500,000 because it also served another facility down in the area, full new road reconstruction. So there's a combination of fundings, including a substantial amount of general fund. There was no impact fees, I believe, for that facility, but the board stepped forward recognizing the unique nature of the housing needs for there, and it's a considerable complex that serves that need.
It is, and it also created a spot out there for a neighbor for we long-term leased land to Peace for Families to construct the women's shelter in that same. They're essentially next to each other out there, so it created a really good spot out there.
Great, thanks.
Good, thank you. Joel?
Thank you, Jim. Again, Joel Swift, Deputy Director of Facility Services. And the children's shelter was roughly $14 million when you include the road improvements, so it was a substantial investment. I'm going to take you through, hopefully real briefly here, a couple of slides and some graphics that talk a little bit about that master plan and how it relates to where we are now and where we want to go, where we need to go. Again, we're going to touch on a couple of things: the county population, some changes in county government that have occurred in the last 20 years, how that relates to the staffing model, and how we develop a facilities needs projection that's based on those factors. This first slide demonstrates the projection from the master plan, and again, the master plan was 93. The actual data was 1991. So again, it's a 20-year window. So they were looking out 20 years, and the blue bars, excuse me, were the projection of where population would be, and the red bars are actual, and you can see that it's pretty straightforward that population exceeded what the projection was. The reason why the population is important is it rolls back into a ratio of staff to population, and a lot of the numbers derived from the master plan were really looking at how much population would the county have, and how much staff would we need to support that, and how much space then would those staff need. So again, we missed the target, if you will, but no one really knew how that growth would go. In addition to this, another key factor really is to take a quick look at the changes in county government that have occurred since then. There's a lot of major changes, not only within our departments, but within society as well, too. Really an evolution of government. And in 1991, the courts, for instance, were part of the county. As we all know, they're now part of the state. And that was included in the master plan documents at the time. Community Development Resource Agency really became an agency from 3 different departments, and Health and Human Services likewise was 2 different departments at the time. And there's many other multiple realignments, some of them here, there's many others, every department has some. Child Support Services at Thousand Sunset now evolved out of the district attorney. The CEO grew and changed to meet the county needs, the service needs, including risk management. ODD is our training function, and OES becoming more formalized into CEO. And within our own department and facilities, environmental engineering was actually part of Public Works. Property management was Mary, and museums and parks were separate departments. So there's a lot of changes. So what we did, what you'll see here in the next few slides, we tried to normalize that by looking at today's actual departments, looking back into the master plan, peeling off all the different layers so we could look at true numbers based on the actual departments today. This slide is a first look at that information. And another thing I should point out, we're looking at funded positions. We had a little bit of a calculation issue because 20 years ago, we really only looked at allocated. Today, we track funded much more detail. The CEO has much better information on that. Earlier dates, including the master plan and the ones with the asterisks on this slide and future slides, the funded number, we had to calculate that by calculating that based on the current ratio. But what you can see here is the master plan projection is on the right side, and this is constant through the next couple of slides, that the number that projected for today was 2,436 once you've made those accounting of the different departments and looking at funded. And the actual numbers through departments in 2000 and 2005, and then yearly from 2007 till now, actually peaked out and then have dropped off, as we all know. We put on here also the red dash line, which gives you just a measure of where that projection hit, and we actually at one point in 2007, 2008, obviously exceeded that. and have dropped down. What this kind of leads us to, looking at the overall staffing, is where do we go from here? If we had been having this discussion 3-4 years ago, we might have been looking at more of a upward trajectory. Is it flat? Is it going down? That's one of the things we're going to have to work through in terms of future needs projections. But what's actually was really surprising to us was that it was very close from a gross number. I was really surprised to see that even this close. And then, of course, this information really is valuable to us looking at each and every department. We looked at our largest department, Health and Human Services, from a staffing perspective, largest department. And again, the same metrics, if you will. And again, peaking along that same sort of a curve a little bit earlier, in fact, in 2005-06, and then up through 7-8. And today's number, which changes daily, and that's one of the challenges too, as we know, with the budget of all the departments, and particularly Health and Human Services, still targeted fairly close. These are going to start looking very similar. We also can look at it by sectors of our government. The current public safety departments of the sheriff, probation, and district attorney, likewise. And we stack these to just give a measure to show how that sector functions, in terms of staffing. Again, the projections on the right and the actuals, you can see following the same similar curve with a little bit of an uptick coming up. And I would point out here, there's a piece here that we'll come back to later. When you look at these three numbers, both the district attorney and the probation are larger than the projections, which makes a lot of sense when you think that 3 strikes, for instance, came into play in '94 after the master plan, and many of other changes that we're going to hear with the budget, and you've been hearing all along, have evolving in terms of both society and the needs and how we deliver public safety. The one number that does stand out that's a bit of an anomaly, we'll come back to, the sheriff's number. And as we peeled into that number is based on a projection that the jail in South Placer would be constructed by now. And the extra staffing in there aligns pretty closely to what we're hearing as the needs to staff that jail. As is the numbers that we projected 20 years ago in the criminal justice side was within a margin of about, I think, 16 beds of the jail, if you add that to our current jail. So there's a difference in there on the staffing on the sheriff. Okay, one thing is there's not going to be a test on any of these slides. And this one may look really confusing at first, but it really just gives you, again, a measure of where all the other departments sit. And there's some that were high, some that were low. And at the end of the day, you can kind of say we were right for all the wrong reasons. Some departments were higher, some were lower. And we can, in the future, as we use this information, it'll be really valuable to us to peel into where they're really going. Some have their business models might have changed substantially. One that stands out is administrative services. The projection was much higher than actual, and through, I think, the use of technology and how they've organized, they've been smaller. Other departments have shifted in how they work. So along the short, again, the graph doesn't really look any different once you peel into the various departments, in that we hit a peak that peaked beyond what the projection was, and that today we're sitting at a level that's slightly lower where the projection was. Okay, enough of these. One last graph and we're done. You're almost there. One of the metrics that you come back and look at is that employee per 1,000 residents, and the master plan projection was about 7.2 once we made those adjustments I talked about earlier. And right now we're at 7.09. We're carrying a little bit lower than that. And I would just put out there that if you were to add back in those numbers from the jail, we'd probably be a little bit higher than that. So we're right about on track with the estimate from 20 years ago. So what does this lead us to? I think all of this is good information, it's good background. It also gives us an idea of our measuring stick in the past and how do we go forward. And the notion would be to use this information, the actual county population. We're going to have to develop and get some good information on projections going forward, and then there's some variables and there are different scenarios, if you will, and the actual staffing and how that will roll out to a similar analysis of the actual square footage that's been constructed. As Jim mentioned, we've constructed, from a dollar perspective, about 250 million and about 650,000 square feet constructed today, not including the jail. And all of that information we'll work forward to develop different scenarios, because I think in this day and age, the trajectory of just upward incline, if you will, on some of those graphs might be misleading, might be misguided. So the notion is that we're going to work with consultants and staff and develop the different models for that for the future facility needs. Then that will help roll into the master plan as well as the CFIF. Turning just briefly from the needs projection, which I think gives us a good baseline, we want to talk a little bit about some of those assets. And you saw the slides with the construction facilities. We have many hundreds of facilities actually spread around, large and small. But the major ones being our Tahoe facilities, the Bill Santucci Justice Center, the Fulweiler facility here, we normally call Fulweiler, which includes this, the building next door, and the Auburn Library. And as well as the Placer County Government Center. So one of the, as Jim mentioned, one of the policies that came out of the master plan included that concept of concentrating the facilities at the Government Center, along with these other satellite facilities. And at that point, I'd like to turn it to Mary and talk a little bit about the Placer County Government Center.
The Placer County Government Center, along with all of the facilities, go back one. It is really an important facility for the county's future. It comprises 200 acres of land. This is a current aerial with the demolition. The property here holds the highest concentration of county government operations. We have over 1 million square feet of buildings out here, including those that are privately utilized and including Home Depot. It includes a high number of private tenants that generate over $800,000 of revenue to the county on an annual basis. The Placer County Government Center, shown here, is well situated in North Auburn. The land use governance is derived by the 1994 Auburn-Bowman Community Plan. Our location proximate to Highway 49 gave rise to this property's mixed-use general plan designation, and it provides a buffer to what is primarily residential properties from the northwest, west, and southerly boundaries of our complex here. The precise zoning on the property includes office professional along Bell Road and the westerly boundary, heavy commercial in the central core, and then along Atwood Road. The commercial plan development zoning is located along the eastern portion of the campus, along Willow Creek, and then touching out to Bell Road. And seems like somewhat of an odd mix of land uses, but actually, as you delve into the permitted uses that are in all of those zone districts, it provides a great foundation for all of the myriad of uses that the county has, and provides a great foundation for any continued private use of the complex that may be contemplated and developed out in the future. You can see that the designations are a little odd in terms of especially if you look at the CPD area. Not 100% sure how those designations were derived at, but collectively they all come together to work in a manner that supports our uses. As we move forward with our planning efforts, what we have developed so far and are working on is infrastructure planning here at the Government Center. And as Joel mentioned, we're going to be working on the departmental data. But one of the things that we plan to do is to develop a true master plan, more of a site planning document that would guide us out into the future. We have been opportunistic with the buildings that we've developed so far, but we're at that crossroad where actually having a plan where we overlay our infrastructure constraints and so forth is really going to be a valuable tool. The private use of the county property is governed by the Property Management Division or the responsibility of the Property Management Division. This slide shows the in teal, those areas that are generally our properties at the Government Center that have our private sector uses. The area labeled A is our Home Depot site that comprises about 10 acres. Parcel B is a vacant property comprising approximately 7 acres. C, D, and E are where our DeWitt tenants are located in existing buildings. That's approximately 4 acres of land. In the quadrant labeled D is where our senior center is located. Those properties generate approximately $800,000 of revenue on an annual basis, and those dollars are used and rolled back into the Government Center for improvement projects and help pay for the staff that manage the complex. A couple of other areas are shown. Area F is, it's a funny designation of office professional. It's vacant at this point, but presents a potential opportunity for some kind of private usage. The areas labeled G and H, back in 2001, your board took action to develop a strategy for replacement of housing that was on the campus, and Jim and Joel touched a little bit on that. It was Bell Gardens, but we also had the Children's Shelter and the Peace for Families facilities. And in 2000, your board provided direction to help support the housing needs, and in doing so, the direction was to work on the Children's Shelter, provide support to Peace for Families. That was done at a cost of about $14 million in constructing road infrastructure, sewer, water. The shelter itself, Children's Shelter, was an $11 million project, and the land under the Peace for Families property was ground leased at no cost to that organization. The property labeled G has been set aside for effectively for an opportunity, perhaps through the Redevelopment Agency, to leverage for low-income housing. And it was envisioned that that could either be used for housing or could be leveraged through the Redevelopment Agency to perhaps attract someone who would be interested in a swap or a development that might throw off revenue. At the time that that was contemplated, there was a property behind Best Buy that we were contemplating perhaps a swap of land for residential property. That didn't come forward, but it's one of those things that's still out there, and we've continued to talk with Redevelopment Agency about those opportunities. I think that with the collection and completion of the data, it will help us develop a more precise amount of acreage that is required for our county development for our own particular uses, and will also then kind of by default allow us to develop the plan for property that's reserved for private usage. I think at this particular point in time, the property that is located around the roundabout, I think that just intuitively we believe will be surplus to the county's own needs, and I think is perhaps the logical area to continue pursuit of private tenants and continue the revenue generation that has been historically very important to the development of this particular site. So with that, I will turn it back to Jim.
Thank you, Mary and Joel. I would point out that I think that the most important tenet from my perspective on the Placer County Government Center property is that it's an asset, and it's a presumably a permanent asset to the county. I think that it provides in the continuum, it provides opportunities to do commercial development or private development on an interim basis until ultimately in the future some of that property might be needed for other county uses. So I think that as we look at that site, we always have to look, really long-term into the future, not short-term, and provide for the county to have lots of opportunity and lots of flexibility as we move forward. As Mary and Joel said, and as this is leading to conclusion, what we're doing now is updating the planning document. We're working forward under these particular assumptions at this point in time, that the Government Center will still be the primary location for county facilities. that we will continue to have private use of the government center to generate revenues, probably on a pretty opportunistic basis, that we maintain that long-term flexibility that I was just talking about. We continue the demolition program, again opportunistically, as facilities become vacant, as they're no longer viable for rehabilitation and reuse, that we would continue to demolish those old facilities. And I think inherent in all of this is that we continue to always investigate alternative delivery methods. We've used the traditional design bid build process. We've done design build now on the jail. We would certainly advocate particularly for private uses, some sort of private public partnerships for those types of opportunities. And I think that those markets change all of the time, and all that we are advocating at this point in time is that the board direct us to continue to be opportunistic and continue to evaluate those processes and bring back at a given time whatever makes the most sense for the county and for a particular project. In summary, we want to continue to develop our needs projections in terms of staffing and square footage. Our recommendation is that we continue to use the same types of assumptions that we used back in 1992, that we modernize those, of course, normalize them for our current accounting practices and so forth, but we continue to use that same sort of process. It's proven to be very functional. We would be attempting, as we develop the infrastructure constraints that Mary talked about a little bit, and specifically those are really circulation, water, sewer. There are constraints at the site. We're evaluating those now. Ultimately, the phasing and the layout of that site will be dependent upon those constraints and how those utilities and other issues can be resolved. But as we work through that, we would develop alternatives that we would bring back to your board, really in bubble diagram. It's not our intention to design facilities at this point in time. We would bring back sort of circulation plan, bubble diagrams for you, get your buy-in on those as we proceed to complete the update. We will be coming back with budget models and then workshops, and then ultimately we would be formally having your board bless an update to the master plan and bringing back the finance plan as a part of that. So with that, all we're asking today is for any input that your board may have, confirmation from you that we're headed in the direction that you want us to head in, and we would certainly be available for at your board's pleasure for questions, answers, and direction.
Jack.
Yes, thanks, Jim. I appreciate you and your staff report, very detailed. With regards to your, I believe, slide number 24, and specifically allow for flexibility, flexible delivery facilities, do you now, or are you contemplating having some type of a policy document that would provide guidance when to use the design build, when to use lease back, owner build, those different types of delivery methods?
No, what we had actually contemplated was a broad policy direction from the board that requires us to bring back a discussion of those delivery methods at the time that we're bringing projects forward, so that we can discuss and debate the value of any particular method at that time in the market. That's what we've done historically. Is that we value engineer the projects, and then we come back and talk about what's the best method. There are times when the aesthetics of a facility would dictate that you wouldn't want to do a design build, that you don't want to turn over that type of authority to the design build team. There are other times when the program is what's most important. At that point in time, a design build would be the most viable. There are times when it makes perfect sense to do a public-private partnership with perhaps a lease purchase arrangement in terms of financing. We would always bring those and have historically brought those options to the board for direction at a specific time. That leaves us the ability to be opportunistic and still work within that policy framework.
And I do appreciate that approach. However, I do think having some type of a policy document in stone could help drive those discussions at a later date.
Very well.
So that was my comment.
We will as we bring an actual formal update to the board, we will bring some of those policy issues to the board for further discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer.
Thank you all for the presentation. I had one very quick question for Joel. One of your fabulous slides there showed filled, or I should say funded positions. Do you have a
Right.
number for what's actually filled?
That is a moving target at any given day. I think the CEO has that. I don't, relative to this exercise, that was very difficult to track, but it tracks given, retirements and actually who's in every department. I'd defer to the CEO to have that, but we didn't put that into this exercise.
And Tom, if I recall, in some of the earlier presentations, just on overall county health and budget, it was around 6.5, is that right?
6.5 what?
People per thousand.
Oh, per thousand.
Employees per thousand
Yeah,
residents.
I was gonna go, wow, that's 6.5 people. I think we're a little bit more than that. But that sounds about right. We did have in, I think the February 8th presentation, we've tracked funded and filled going back about 6 to 7 years, maybe at most. Before that, they were never tracked. But well, I'm sure we can bring that information forward, if nothing else, for April 5th for a refresher on that. But we are historically low at this particular point in time.
And that was my recollection, and I just really wanted to point that out, that the slide that was in there is not actually reflective of who's actually working on a daily basis here at the county. I'm very pleased. I think your recommended work plan outline is great. I am going to advocate for 2 very specific facilities that I want to see constructed sooner rather than later. The first is the animal shelter. I think it's time that we pull the funds that we've allocated to the Roseville Animal Shelter. Apparently Roseville has indicated that they're not particularly interested at this point in building an animal shelter, either, I understand, with us or with anybody. It's not us, it's the environment. So I would suggest that we combine our 2 separate line items, the one for the Roseville Animal Shelter and one for Auburn. I believe it's just over $9 million if we combine those 2 line items. And build the shelter in Auburn and just get it done. I would suggest that that empty lot that was just recently cleared between FAB and the Auburn Justice Center would be a great spot for it. It pulls the noise of barking animals or whatever else into the center of DeWitt rather than kind of leaving it farther out toward the edge and homes where it is now. I think there's some real opportunities there. The infrastructure is already there, so that's a potential cost savings for us on that. The other thing that I'm going to really advocate for, and I'm glad to see the guys in green here today, is Tahoe PCSO. I mean, I know we're talking about DeWitt here, but for so long, since 1991, I think the grand jury's been telling us that we need to do something with the Placer County Sheriff's Office up in Tahoe. I know it was our hope, our expectation that we could somehow kind of piggyback on to the court that's being built up there, and I know that potential continues to exist, but I got a report last week from RCRC talking about some of the impacts of the local budget or the current budget discussions, and one of the things they pointed out is that in terms of local jail construction, the budget trailer bill revises the allocations and process for awarding counties state monies for constructing additional detention facilities. There is some concern the new process could impede small counties, I'm not sure we're small, but this is a pretty general comment in here, from receiving any or some assistance, and the RCRC staff is engaged with the administration to address this subject. So I think that's something we really need to look at. Is this going to affect us, what was just approved last week in some of the budget actions that the state took? But it's time. It's past time, both on the animal shelter and the Sheriff's Department facilities in Tahoe. So I'm going to advocate as part of this process that we really focus on those 2 projects and start moving them forward.
Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great presentation. In this time when it seems like all jurisdictions, local governments getting criticized by, spending that's adverse to what people perceive, I have to commend past boards for their prudent planning and their revenue financing mechanisms to do what they've done at DeWitt Center and throughout the county, particularly under your leadership as a longtime board member, Supervisor Wygant, you provided that direction. I'm just amazed, and I think this is something that the citizens of Placer County should be proud of. And also, we should celebrate the fact that we've been able to do this in such a prudent manner. I was raised adjacent to DeWitt Center. It's been part of the fabric of my landscape in my mind. And to go out there in the short, 6 years I've been on this board to see the changes. And just the other day, I was driving through there after the demolition of some of those old buildings that actually I walked through as a youngster working in my dad's gas station. It just changes the whole perspective of that county government center, and it's like, wow. It just gives you a better outlook. We're finally in the 21st century. So that's just my comment, and I just want to thank the staff for the hard work and the vision that you've had to do this, and I would ask you just to continue the plan that you brought forward to us. So thank you very much.
Then, did you have more, Jack? No. Oh, okay. Comments for me, if you don't have this information, if you could get it for me as we go through this update process, I think it'll be good from a perspective, if that makes any sense to anybody. Do you know roughly off the top of your head how much of our population, employee population, county employee population that used to work in aged DeWitt facilities that used to be a military hospital that compared to 1995 till now, how much of a shift those folks have been moved into new contemporary facilities?
Do you know the actual numbers, Joel?
Well, it would be a guess. We can definitely give you a more specific number, but if you look at the larger facilities there, we have the AJC, CDRC, and the FAB, Finance Admin Building. That's roughly 270,000 square feet, not counting the jail and some other things. In the meantime, we've taken down roughly 100,000 square feet of where building planning was. We have about 100,000 square feet. So I would say it's a ratio in that facility. It's probably about 3 to 1. That's not counting how many folks we've moved to South Placer in the infamous Building B with the district attorney and probation. So I think we can get a real good number, but I think as a ratio, it's less than a quarter.
I can tell you that essentially what's left is part of HHS, which we've moved into recently remodeled facilities, and then facility services. Barbara always cuts his hair last, I think. And then, some odds and ends of other things, the ag department. It is a very small number as compared to what it was when it was essentially everybody back in the early 90s. But it's an outstanding question, and we'll get that number for you more specifically.
And the key there, I think, the goal in the beginning was with the contemporary master facilities plan was to, I appreciate your comments, Jim, for a range of reasons, but even though in my very biased opinion, we have a county government that I think is very well run and has many innovative programs, if you're trying to attract new employees to join a health and human facilities program, for example, that's a standard in the country, it's still harder to get the top people if they're working in what were facilities designed to be a World War II hospital with horrible asbestos problems and other issues, not to mention the inefficiencies of trying to run any kind of an organization in dated facilities like that. So I think it would be useful for us to get that information. Secondly, it might be other information we have to do research on, but how much, with all of the new facilities that we've constructed, how much of the funding was done through debt as compared to accumulated cash?
Well, I don't know the exact numbers or the ratio. It's a small number.
Less than 20% still?
I'd look. Yeah, we'll get that number for you exactly, Robert, but it's a very small number. The vast majority of the facilities have been paid for by cash, with cash on hand. We did borrow money for the original construction of the kitchen. But we've used a number of different sources, leveraged tobacco securitization or tobacco settlement funds, impact fees. contributions to reserves by this board and previous boards. There's been a whole mixture of different monies, but we'll get you that exact ratio. I don't know it off the top of my head.
Appreciate that, because in times like this, having extraordinarily low debt service is just an incredible asset, enabling us to retain our levels of service as compared to having to pay off debt.
We'll be sure to show that number when we bring back the actual finance plan. We'll be sure to have that information for you at that point.
Great. And then last, could you also get me any ballpark numbers? Now would be interesting, but how much of the new facilities have been built through the facilities fee, and how deficient we would have been had the board not had the wisdom and courage to actually make that decision in the face of a lot of opposition to not increase any new government fees, even though there's that age-old story that needs to be told that with our population increases, the demand on county services increases, and it doesn't matter where those people live.
Correct.
But having facilities for those people to work in and being able to fund the demand created by new growth for that is a critical story that can't be told too many times.
And depending on the facility, that's either a very significant number or not. Depends on how that fee was put together. But we, the actual capital finance plan does break out the sources of monies in exactly that way. So we'll be able to show that to you.
Great, thanks. And then Tom?
Just if you permit me, one or two last comments here, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. You touched upon the financing of these. It's great to have these things with very low debt, but it's because of your prior work and other board members setting aside funds when we had excess revenues at those times, as days so long ago it seems like now. The capital facility impact fee, which was a requirement of the cities upon annexation that they enter into those agreements, but also there were cities who willfully entered into those agreements dependent upon others doing so. And I do have to extend personal thanks to Gloria Coots and Janine Windershausen, who were part of that finance team, that when the gears started going and the tobacco settlement dollars and all that, they were the ones who helped pull together a very simple spreadsheet about how all those funds were to be utilized that helped pay for these things, including to maximize the use of the general fund dollars, the impact fees, the tobacco settlement dollars, all those dollars, and minimize debt, and a very important part of delivering these projects.
Thanks. So was it just thanks to staff for all of the new construction over the years and the tremendous delivery of enhanced services, but also this worksheet, workshop also?
Thank you.
See you in 20 years?
I'll come back in 20.
We will now move to item 4A, which is background information and direction with regards to revenue sharing. And Holly, are you gonna?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Holly Heinzen with the County Executive Office. First, let me start with an answer to Supervisor Montgomery's question. About 2,200 are funded and filled right now. That's about 330 less than at the peak of our employees in 2007. So it does change, but that's pretty recent. Before you today are a number of items related to a range of policies and functions in the county, and it's really the third in a series of budget workshops that we've brought before your board, which were intended to provide a platform with a measure of depth on a number of these policies, but primarily functions in the county that have changed as our economic conditions have changed. Costs have shifted, costs have been reduced, workforces have changed individually within each of these functional areas. This is really intended to provide this platform so that as we go through it, the board can provide some direction and have some board discussion on board priorities, which would culminate in a wrap-up of these discussions on April 5th. We've received the recommended or the requested budgets from all our departments, and we're meeting with them over the next couple of weeks. We're looking at all the challenges, potential outcomes, and identifying alternatives. We don't pretend to have all the answers, but we do want to make sure that you have adequate information and adequate discussion. So I'm prefacing the revenue sharing item with these comments because I want to make sure that as we move forward, not just through this first item, but the next several items, that you are clear about the information that is there and ask any questions, but also provide direction as to what you might like to see more of on April 5th, what sort of issues you would like to see raised that may go beyond what we've already provided. Any additional direction, certainly we'll be using it as we prepare the proposed budget. With that, we'll start with that discussion of the revenue sharing item, which will be followed by an update on OPEB, and then land use services, public works, fire, and public safety. And I just want to note that our departments have been incredibly helpful and engaged in this process of developing this information. It's not an easy time for departments. They've been very forthcoming about how they're addressing the challenges within their own functional areas. They've very much helped bolster the information to get a really well-rounded picture of what's happening in these departments and functions. So I just wanted to thank our county departments for that. So in terms of revenue sharing, again, this is provided really for discussion and direction at the request of your board at the February 8th meeting. As you all know, revenue sharing provides support for local events. It may include dollars leveraged for fundraisings, programs, supplies, and improvements. Typically, the process has been that the organization applies, an application is reviewed by a board member, nominated by the board member, and then placed on the board's agenda for approval. More recently, there have been variations of this process, and in fact, this has really been in place over 25 years, so as you might think, there have been changes in the process over time, but I just outlined that typical process. More recently, a community benefit committee was developed at the request of one board member, and in that process, applications are provided to the community benefit group, who then makes recommendations, and then those requests are subsequently approved by this board as a whole. And then lastly, in the most recent budget year, one of the allocations of $20,000 was directed specifically to a departmental appropriation. So there are a number of different ways to approach this. Over the year to date, we've spent about $40,100 on revenue sharing items. And over the last several years, although $100,000 is allocated each year, $20,000 per district, typically at the end of the year spent has been between $75,000 and $80,000. So the full appropriation has not been spent over the last 3 years, just for your information. There's a very limited administrative component of this, and it allows the board to make dedicated funding for local organizations that either use it as seed money for other sorts of activities to assist with their fundraising. Many times they are in the areas of, and we did try to categorize these, in support of community and social services, school programs, arts and recreation, and some things beyond that, but that's pretty much the breadth of those sorts of allocations. We're happy to provide any additional information that you might need with respect to process. I have some history on this, and some I don't. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have, or take any information back for preparation of the proposed budget that you might provide today.
Jack.
Great. Thank you, Holly, for your memo and giving us some background on the revenue share. When I first started off on the board here, I came and I had the opportunity to take a look at a lot of different functions and procedures that the county has put in place. And first and foremost, I want to tell you that I do appreciate and very much the idea behind the revenue share. So I want to tell you that I do appreciate what the county has done and its purpose in trying to provide opportunities for funding for some of our nonprofits and service groups. And I've struggled with having this discussion because, give you a little bit of my background. As a youth, I remember quite fondly going to the Reno Pal and boxing and participating in Boy Scouts and in other types of activities. Little did I know when I grew up as an adult and having spent the better part of my adult life actually participating in running a nonprofit, and I'm currently the CEO of a nonprofit in Roseville, how much talent and how much effort it does take. So my comments, again, I've been trying to be very respectful of the process and respectful of the, I guess it would be the expectancy that folks have in continued funding. So in the context of my comments, I just want you to understand that I appreciate that very much. I have a lot of friends in the community that operate nonprofits and fully support them. I have a couple of observations, and the first observation is regards to the process that Holly talked about. And from stepping outside the supervisor role, I see a two-pronged process here. One process that whereby supervisors provide guidance, if you will, and then another process in District 5 that provides a little bit more public input. And I think the goal, especially during these times, and especially after the last year elections, that public input in what we do should be paramount. And I think that we can do a better job of looking at the two processes and really refining and trying to meet closer to the mark of a process that provides that transparency and that more sunlight on the process. That's my first, and I'd be willing to put my time and effort in working with staff and the rest of my fellow board members to make that a reality, okay? The second point is with regards to practicality. Even though we may have the best of intentions in doing something, the question always remains, is it the right time to be doing it? And I'm going to say right now, I don't think that it's the right time to be doing the revenue share program. And there's a number of reasons. Over the last couple of years, we've seen a lot of impact to the general fund, to some of our programs and services that we have here as a county, to public safety. Juxtapose that in the context of where we're going with the state. We don't know where we're going. There's talk of extending taxes. There's talk of extending more cuts. We don't know if that's going to be a practical reality. And looking further down the road, and I'm going to lift some stuff from Graham. Graham, remember, you're just the messenger here again. All right? There's a lot to be gleaned, and this was an excellent report. I'm gonna push to page number, I believe it's page 38. And the title of it is Where Do We Go From Here? And at the last paragraph, I'm going to read this verbatim. Uncertainty at the state level heightens the level of caution that must be exercised by the county in preparing the fiscal year 2011-2012 proposed budget. Uncertainty, level of caution. And that's really what I'm talking about. So at the end of the day, I would recommend to the board, and this is, again, something that I'm struggling with, but, duty calls here, that we take a timeout, 12 months on the revenue share, take a step back and look at where we are financially from all angles, 30,000 feet, ground level, east, west, north, south, find out where we are. And in the meanwhile, in that 12-month period, we take that time to provide solicit input from the public, input from the board, input from staff as to how we can build a better process. So that being said, that's kind of where I'm coming from with regards to the revenue share. I think there's a lot. I think if there was a time in history that we could really be reflective and look forward, look where we've been, where we are, where we're going, I think now's the time. And also just to let my fellow board members know where I'm coming from. Taking a time out doesn't mean that the program, was wrong. It doesn't mean that providing those funds in the past was wrong. It just means that we're taking a prudent approach to what we're doing in the future. That's it.
Jennifer.
Supervisor Duran, thank you. I think your question is at the right time is an excellent question. This board and probably everybody sitting in this room knows that, you know, I've had some concerns about the revenue sharing program in general. I do want to give a shout out to my predecessor for setting up the District 5 Benefits Fund. One of the gentlemen who serves on that is here today, and I'm hoping he will be making some comments on this topic when and it's opened up to the public. But the question that I really had about just the program in general and the $100,000 and the way it's allocated, whether through individual supervisors or through a citizens group as in District 5 is this really a core function for the county? We've spent a lot of time over the last couple of years trying to identify what are core functions for the county, what is our mission, what is our role to play, and how do we fund those things which we must do. You know, one of the reasons that I asked that the District 5 Benefit Fund monies be redirected this last budget year to Health and Human Services is because I said, you know, I see all these things that we do that are great to do. They do benefit the community. They do support a broad range of activities. But most of them, frankly, are kind of nice to haves, not must haves. And in advance of this discussion today, I called a number of the people to whom the District 5 Benefit Fund had awarded monies over the past couple of years and said, you know, does the $250 that we gave you make or break your organization? Does the $500, $1,000, because that's the maximum award, does it make or break your organization? The answer from all of them was no. That they understood that there were economic necessities currently driving a need to maybe redirect that $100,000. And while it's interesting to note that we don't spend all of it on the District 5 Benefit Fund, it also means we're not spending it on those must-have programs that the county, by law in many cases, you know, is going to need to continue to support. So, you know, while I would take a little bit of a harder line than you, I would say, you know, I think it's time just to do away with the program and redirect those funds to the core mission of Placer County, serving the entire county. I doubt there's stomach for that action. I would be willing to support a moratorium and a look again at it in a year and see, are times better? Are they worse? Do we need to continue the program? Do we need to do away with the program? Have the same discussion in a year where we look at all the range of options. So I really do want to thank you for bringing this forward to the board for discussion and to the public for discussion. I agree with you. It's time to take a hard look at it. And you know, my intention, as I say, would be to do away with it entirely, but I would support your proposal to put a moratorium on it.
Jim.
Thank you, Supervisor Duran, for bringing this forward. I tend to disagree with the basis of the discussion. The $100,000 or $20,000 allotted to each supervisor, it's up to the supervisor. If they don't want to use that, they can redirect, as you did, redirect that money back to the general fund. I represent more of a rural area, which has many groups that need some assistance. I just want to give you a couple examples of the things that I've donated to from my revenue sharing fund. The Auburn 4th of July celebration. They've always, as before I became on the board, I was actually one of the co-chairs of trying to find the funding to bring a celebration of the 4th of July to Auburn area, which doesn't just help the people that live in Auburn, but from the surrounding areas. People from all over come out. I give $2,500 towards that effort, which is supplemented by other agencies and fundraisers and things of that nature. Festival of Lights Parade. That's another one that brings people from all over. Over 20,000 people come into Auburn area for that event. They stop, they spend their money, they eat at the restaurants, and have an enjoyable time. Again, it's always difficult to find the fundraising to bring those events to the area. Loomis Eggplant Festival, celebration of the community of Loomis. Again, we get people from all throughout Northern California that come for just that one day to enjoy. These people come in, they spend their money, they increase their tax revenues. by purchasing things, staying in hotels and things of that nature. Social services, the Gathering In is a program that helps homeless people, keeps them out of our jails, keeps them out of our hospitals. The Salvation Army, certainly, the Feed the Hungry program. Those kinds of things are supplemented by the revenue sharing program. And again, there's all kinds of other contributions. Sober Grad Nights, the Del Oro High School, Placer High School. I'm pleased to contribute to those. It's not a substantial amount, but it's a very important function to keep these kids having a safe celebration of their high school. Again, I know it's a difficult time, but of course those agencies that provide social services to us are also having difficult times as well. So my suggestion would be leaving it up to each of the supervisors. If they don't want to participate in the program, they're very welcome to, but I, for one, will continue to participate as long as that's the will of the board. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. And then, first of all, question, do you have any idea when this program started?
I know.
It actually, Jim, it was way before me even.
Yeah.
It's that old.
I know it was before 1985, and it was part of the original revenue sharing program that was discontinued in the early 80s, and it just continued to be called revenue sharing, but definitely
significantly older than me, actually.
Not significantly.
Come on, Tony, I'm a politician. I can stretch those. Well, so my comments would be that I'm, happy to take a look at the program, review it. That has happened generally over time, and I think the delivery of the program is better now than it used to be. I think the transparency notion is critically important, but I guess the way I look at the program is that first of all, it's important to remember that these expenditures have to be approved by the Board of Supervisors. It's not as if each one of us individually have the authority to spend these monies. And then within that, there are guidelines that Tony has been rather rigorous in making sure that we implement and practice as to making sure we do comply with all of our procedures and policies. And if there's a method by which we can make it even more transparent, I'm happy with that too. But I think the attributes of the program include the notion that it provides, it streamlines, even though we're local government and less bureaucratic than state and federal government, streamlines a huge bureaucratic process. It takes requests directly from our constituents to the Board of Supervisors, whereby we can bring them directly to the board for consideration and be held very visibly responsible for the recommendations that we make to our colleagues for approval or not. And it's just, to me, a nice, healthy method by which the board can directly reflect county revenues into their respective communities. So, essentially, that I think is the benefit of the program. What's critical to it is that it's a tiny proportion of our total expenditures. I mean, if you had the money or didn't have the money, it would not have a measurable, you couldn't tell the impact on the county, period. It's a significant amount of money, but it's not in terms of the total resources that we have available to us. So, maybe it's time that expenditure has grown since I've been on the board. We did vote one year to increase the amount that was available through this program. Maybe it's time to decrease it in proportion to the decreases in our overall budget. But essentially, as we go forward, I guess my direction to staff would be along those lines. And then with that, I will open it up to the public if anyone would like to comment on this program, and just come forward and state your name for the record, please.
Good morning. I'm Wally Remlin, President of the League of Placer County Taxpayers. I welcome this issue coming before the board to consider a moratorium on the revenue sharing. From the discussion I've just heard, I don't think that the law is not familiar to some of you members. A few years ago, a Superior Court judge stated the conditions for the gifts of public money. It's against the Constitution of the state of California to give something to any one person or group without giving it the same thing to everybody else. That's what the Constitution says. But the judge said there was, on certain circumstances, you can allocate funds to these different groups or different individuals. And these conditions have been more have morphed out of reality, and over the years till now, they're more celebrated in their violation of it than in conformance with the rules. So I think that's something that, in fact, it's like the song from Cole Porter, anything goes now. Whatever project comes up, yes, we'll finance it. And I think you ought to take a look at the rules of that have been morphed over the years and see if we didn't follow those rules. Actually, with the county budget and the condition it is, and the fact that the county employees are taking a day off or two unpaid every month, that they ought to take a time off to have a moratorium while you review this whole program and see that if this is even the essential to the benefit. As Jennifer said, her report says that many of these gift recipients can go on their own. It's just been an added frosting on the cake from this fund of revenue sharing. So I would hope that you take a time off, maybe recess this whole program for a year and get public input on it and from other agencies and see what you should do about it. And I hope that you follow that kind of recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who'd like to address the board? Seeing none then, basically, you just wanted general comments and direction, Holly, so.
This was specifically brought back to your board for discussion as direction as your board thought best.
But you're not looking for a motion, is that correct?
I was not looking for a motion. I understand that there is some desire on the board to maintain the system and some concept that a moratorium might be appropriate, and that there is a greater need for transparency would be desired on the part of the board, I think, as a whole. And we'd be happy to come back with some recommendations as to a process that could achieve that, or if your board so directed, we could address in the proposed budget the need for a moratorium.
Great.
I think that would be appropriate. I do want to thank the chairman for putting this on the agenda, and I do want to thank my fellow board members for having the discussion. I know it isn't a find my button here.
You're okay.
I know that these types of discussions aren't easy. In my experience, and I'm coming from the standpoint of experience. Having served as the president of the high school district in 2009. I don't take these decisions lightly. Issuing 35, 40 RIF notices, that's the stuff that gives you gray hair and keeps you up at night. Reducing class size, that affects learning. Those are the things those are tough decisions. So I do appreciate the fact that we entered into this discussion, and we'll have continued discussions over it in the future. And I think the issue of, prioritization, essential versus not essential is part of the overarching discussion that we need to have moving forward. Essential versus non-essential. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, our next item, I'm sorry, Tom?
I just want to clarify the record about the unpaid workdays. There's only 2 labor groups that are subject to those, management and confidential. 2 days for management, 1 day for confidential. Nobody else this year has had unpaid workdays.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you very much.
Item 4B, report on OPEB.
I was just gonna go get a picture of it so that we can.
Good, perfect. You're right. Therese?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman,
Good
members
morning.
of the board. Therese Leonard with the County Executive Office. I'm joined today by Ann Craig, Personnel Services Manager, and also our benefit expert in the county. We're here today to talk to you a little bit about health benefits and other post-employment benefits, which is a Government Accounting Standards Board, GASB, Statement Number 45, and recognition of those liabilities. So essentially, OPEB, other post-employment benefits, talks about obligations that agencies have incurred to retirees other than pensions. So it's everything other than pensions. And it includes in this county health insurance, dental insurance, and there's a small portion related to sick leave set aside. We have 53 employees that years ago set aside hours for 1 month of premium. That's all we have left on the books, and so those are being carried under GASB 45. So just a little bit of history for our public and for those new board members. Back in 1987, the county did not provide health insurance to retirees and did not provide any funding towards health insurance. However, in 1987, the county joined CalPERS Health, which had a buy-in allowance whereby counties could give access to their retirees for them to procure health insurance. And the requirement was that agencies had to pay $1 per month of premium. And then under the legislation, because this is all guided by government code, there were very slow incremental increases to that $1 contribution level that the county was required to make. The idea was that over a period of time, 20, 30 years, that at some point the retiree contribution for health would be at parity with what was being done for active employees. What is important under this legislation is that over the last couple of decades, the health insurance formula for active employees has changed. It's been done through bargaining. It's been accomplished through resolution for unrepresented groups. And so any change to the active formula affects the retiree formula as well. So back in the early 2000s, the Board of Supervisors aligned the contributions that were being given to actives with the retirees. And by that I mean that they may have only been paying a small portion toward the retiree health contribution at that time, but they went into parity with what they were contributing for actives. In 2000, DSA Management and Confidential were aligned, and in 2002, PPO were aligned. And so essentially, the retirees at that moment in time received a benefit, a new benefit. So they may have only been, for instance, receiving 40% of a contribution because of the slow incremental increases. It went to 100% of what actives were paying or getting, and so in that case, they might have been getting full health coverage as a retiree. I will note that the last two slides in your handout actually show some of the changes for active and retiree contributions so you can get a flavor for what has been happening over the last couple of decades. So today, we have an 80-20 formula for all active and retiree benefits. So as we went through this year, under the new GASB requirement, GASB 45, I guess it's not so new anymore, it's probably about 4 or 5 years old. Essentially, every 2 years, an agency is required to complete an actuarial report. The last report that we did was back in 2009. Ours is due as of June 2011. So what we did was we had an actuary go back and realign all of our formulas, if you will, so that we know a snapshot in time where we are today for the reporting for the OPEB. A new requirement under CalPERS is that they want all of the agencies to report this year, so every agency will be doing these same reports. And what I would demonstrate to you with the changes over time, we actually were a little bit proactive and did a report in 2007, so I do have data backwards, is that what you'll see is that the active workforce has been declining over the last several years. Contrary to that, the retiree base that's receiving these benefits or is eligible to receive these benefits has been growing. Interestingly enough, though, even over 5 years or so, the age bracket hasn't changed a whole lot. So we are getting older as active employees, but not at as fast a rate as you might consider, nor are the retirees aging as quickly, because as the retiree base ages, younger folks are going in, and it's sort of distorting the focus. This slide actually just represents, by bargaining group, DSA, PPO, and pretty much everybody else, the statistics related to them. What you will note is PPO and management have a very mature workforce, get it closer to retirement than, say, the DSA group. About 8 years ago, we had a rather significant turnover with retirements in DSA, and we have a much younger workforce in there as a result. So back in 2004, the board adopted a vesting formula. What we had seen happen, brilliant as it might have been for these employees, if they had been working in another CalPERS agency and they came to work for the county, they really only had to work here for a day and be eligible for our generous retiree health benefits. And so we adopted, through negotiation and resolution, a vesting formula by which they couldn't do that as easily. So essentially, they have to have 10 years of PERS service credit, 5 of which has to be with the county in order to even be able to be eligible for these benefits. And it's under a vesting formula so that after the 10-year total, of 5 of which would be with Placer County, they'd get 50% of the contribution, and then it varied as more years of service were gleaned. One of the catches under this formula, however, is that it also piggybacks on the state 90-10 formula. And the way that works is that essentially if the state 90-10 formula is a better benefit than our benefit at the time, let's say we went to 50-50 cost share, they would get the 90-10 because it's the better of the two benefits. So under medical coverage, what's important to note is that if you retire from Placer County and you have waived coverage, you are still eligible to come back at any time and join Placer County's health program. And so you'll see a column in here where we have retirees that have waived coverage. Again, any open enrollment, they can come back and add back into our health. So when I talk about this slide, essentially it's eligible participants. We have 2,300 active employees, and I want to say about, let's see, I should have done the math, 1,400 retirees that are eligible for coverage. The really phenomenal number here, though, is we have 7,403 lives covered. And we also have survivor benefits. So if the employee who retired passes away, their spouse would be eligible to continue benefits through life. Again, we are on an 80-20 cost-sharing formula, and essentially this is depicting an average of the plans that we have. I have excluded PERS Care because PERS Care is so much more costly. It would have skewed the amount. Most of our active employees are in Kaiser and Blue Shield platforms. And so you can see the monthly premium, how much the employer would contribute and how much the employee contributes. Regardless of whether we were on the 90-10 or the 80-20, this is still a very generous benefit to both our employees and our retirees. The other thing that occurred over the last decade, and bear in mind these were very affluent times, and it was done as part of the negotiation for labor contracts. But essentially what happened was retiree dental coverage was extended to folks that were hired by a certain point in time. And at the time, it was very small. It just seemed like a very small amount of money. Recently, however, looking at the future liability associated with this, your board took some corrective action and said, okay, folks that were hired within this window are going to be eligible for this retirement benefit. Anybody hired after that will not be. And so what that will do is, while the liability is going to continue to grow as your current active workforce retires, it will at some point in time limit the amount of the liability. The retiree dental is only for the active employee. It does not extend to family. So what we know is that one of the large costs in the county is providing for medical, dental, and vision coverage for our employees and their families, as well as for our retirees. In the 2010-11 budget, we've got $27 million budgeted for actives and about $12 million for retirees. With this actuarial report that has just been completed, what we do know about the obligation for our retirees is that it's going to grow rapidly over the next decade. And the projection is that it will be up to $29.3 million in the next 10 years. And that is the actuarial projection. And this is just a pictorial representation of the costs going up. It does show a decline because of the 80-20 cost sharing, as well as the reduction in the active workforce. But you know, a dip, and now we're going to go back up. It's sort of like a little roller coaster. The other thing that we're noticing that's going to continue to occur over the next series of years is that our active to retiree ratio is shrinking, meaning that at some point in time, we're going to have one retiree for one active, and at that point, we may actually flip-flop and have more retirees than we have in our workforce. So based on the actuarial report, I have given you a pictorial of what the pay-as-you-go cost is for retiree health and dental. And essentially, you'll see that it just is expected to continue to increase. That it's just by virtue of the fact that premiums are going to be going up, and the number of folks that are in the retiree base are going to continue to grow, and probably rapidly over the next 5 to 10 years. So we did complete a report as of June 30th, 2011, as was required, and we have a new figure for our unfunded liability at $192 million, and the annual required contribution in that report was a little over $26 million. I will make a note that the required amount of the payment, or the minimum amount of payment, is not $26 million. It is $26 less what we pay for retiree contributions that year, so it would be a lesser amount that's required, but the ARC is $26.6 million. This liability is dynamic, and every report that we bring back to you, it will be different. And it changes for a whole host of reasons. Your workforce grows or declines, your retiree base grows or declines. Recently, the CalPERS board did a new experience study. I talked to you a little bit about that when I came for the pension presentation. Those assumptions that have now been determined in that study affect this report that we're going to see, and that will make a rather significant change to the numbers. It's point in time. It does not look into the future and say, okay, today you have 2,300 employees, and we think in 5 years you're going to have 2,800 employees. So we're going to factor those folks into. It does not do that. It looks at June 30th, 2011. What is it now? And it gives you a snapshot of your current obligation to these retirees and employees. Very recently, the CalPERS board took recommendations from their staff and their actuaries on the discount rate. And the discount rate is the factor that's used in terms of investment returns on anything that is in the trust and factored into the actuarial report. What they did come back with is two things. One is that the recommendation to move it back down to 7.5 from 7.75 was not approved. What they did was they kept the 7.75% moving forward. They were able to justify it statistically. And in addition to that, for the OPEB trust, they're looking at setting up 3 investment instruments. And the second handout that I gave to your board is the press release on that topic. At this point, I don't have more detailed information. The committee is going to be convening, and when we get it, I will definitely come back and share it with you. What I will say is the greater the cost-sharing formula between the employer and the employee, the smaller your liability is going to grow. So what your board has done to help mitigate the effects of this obligation is two things. One is that we did move to the 80-20 cost-sharing formula, and that had a huge effect on this report. It essentially reduced it by $31.8 million. So the liability that was outstanding in the last report went down by that amount. In addition to that, in good economic times, the board took one-time funds, predominantly excess fund balance carryover, and obligated those towards this obligation. By virtue of fact, they didn't need to, they did it in advance, they pre-funded it, and the reason being is because unlike the pension plan, where we have been over a series of decades recognizing the obligation, funding the obligation, and now our retirees receive the benefit through a check, a pension check, every month, the OPEB trust is in its infancy, and it cannot cut checks to retirees for health contributions. It's not funded enough. And so essentially what's happening is we're playing catch up. The obligation has existed for decades. We didn't recognize it because we didn't have to. None of the agencies, no government agencies recognized it. It only became necessary under GASB 45. We're recognizing it, we're stepping up to address it, and the board stepped up further than most other governing agencies and said, this is a huge obligation, and I think at the time that we first looked at it, it was like almost $300 million. This is huge, and we are going to set aside one-time funds to help start funding this obligation. What that did is, because we had some of these dollars set aside, it further reduced the liability by $40 million. So these two, the net effect of these two decisions, these policy decisions that the board has made, has been tremendous favorable effect on this report. Okay, so then not so favorable, all that good news, and here we go. As I mentioned, CalPERS recently did an experience study, and bear in mind that the OPEB report speaks only to the period of time that a person is going to be in retirement. Under the experience study, they said people are going to retire earlier and they're going to live longer, and that had a significant effect on the actuarial valuation of the liability. The other thing that happened was last year, CalPERS artificially constrained some of their premium growth. Hard to believe when it still went up as much as it did, but they literally used reserves to keep it a little bit contained. Well, the actuarials know that can't continue. It's a one-time fix. And so they did a countermeasure in the actuary that said that was a one-time fix, and so in the future that's not going to continue. And so they actually did a correction of that. The other thing is that when we did the study 2 years ago, the premium increases over the 30-year span, because this is a 30-year amortization, were a little bit not quite as high as they're turning out to be. And so in this report, they're having to increase the premium rate increases that they're factoring in over the next 30 years. The compounding effect of that is huge for the active employee base, because essentially you have an active employee who's going to be retiring at some point in the future. So assume that you've got 6 years of premium increases and then is going to live longer. And so the compounding effect you'll note in the increase in the liability for actives actually went up quite a bit. So this is the net effect of all those changes I just talked to you about, absent the pre-funding that the board did. And essentially what it says is the total liability that the county has for OPEB is $307 million. The good news is that the actuary has determined that we will have $115 million to help offset that obligation by June 30th, 2011, based on the investment portfolio as of the point in time they looked at it and projecting forward. So the true unfunded liability is $192 million. And again, please note the growth in the liability. It has a lot to do with the change in the experience study and the effects that that has had on this platform. The good news is we went from being funded 15% to 38%. That may not seem like a lot when 80% is healthy, but this is huge, and I can probably guarantee, and Ann will probably say no, Therese, but you're probably the only agency that looks as healthy as that in terms of funding. So what does that mean to the county in terms of what we're required to send to the trust on an annual basis? And what it means is that in spite of the experience study, in spite of everything that CalPERS did, because of the policy decisions your board has made, our required contribution is relatively flat. It actually went down about $400,000. So what we're required to send to the SERB this year is $14.9 million. So just hypothetically, let's say the board didn't have the policy direction that they did, and we were a different agency, and what would we look like? Well, instead of the unfunded liability at $192 million, it would be $264 million. Still, we would have been 22% funded, a little bit better than the last report, but definitely not as nice as it looked before. The worst effect of not having followed that policy direction would have been the impact to the annual county budget. Our obligation to fund, at a minimum, would have gone up $4.6 million. That would have been a new cost to the county. We would have had to send $20 million to the SERB, and that would have been the minimum. Remember, the ARC is, it would have been $31 million, and 20 would have been what was required. So very good decisions on the part of the board. Again, I've talked a little bit already about the fact that the board has already pre-funded some of this by setting aside one-time fund balance carryover. They also established a policy. I think we were almost like one of the first in the state where we started drawing down out of payroll for the obligation, very similar to what we do for pensions, and gradually increased it over a series of years. There was no way we could just all of a sudden add into the budget a $14 million obligation. So before it was required to be funded, the board took the action to actually start setting money aside and grow it so that we could meet our obligation. What we know is that we have about $16.9 million that we'll be paying this year, a little bit lesser of an amount next year. And part of that 16.9 is in the new employee charge that was adopted as a policy by your board back in September, and I'll speak to that in just a minute. So essentially, one of the things that you do in good economic times as a board, this board has done, is yes, I have a minimum obligation, but if I have one-time funding, I have sent it, and I want to continue to send it. And that's what your board adopted as a policy back in September. We also said that for every new employee that comes in, they are going to start creating a slope on our unfunded liability because they are a new obligation. We want to flatten that slope and start pre-funding them the minute they come in the door. Admittedly, they're not vested yet, but we're not funding the whole amount. So essentially, as a new employee comes in, they haven't been part of the analysis yet in the actuary. We are putting aside about 50% of our estimated liability for that employee. It's about $50,000 to pre-fund their obligation and then collecting through payroll. Now, if we were 100% funded or 80% funded, this would probably not be necessary because it would all sort of take care of itself over a series of years. But bear in mind that this actuary is amortized over 30 years. In my personal opinion, that is excessively long because you're going to have an obligation that grows exponentially and it just keeps getting spread out over the next 30 years into infinity and beyond. That's an acceptable amount of time. You could also do it over 20 years, and so you're actually funding it, pre-funding it if you do a shorter amortization period. This gives the board complete discretion as to whether or not they want to send additional dollars to the trust. And with that, I will take any questions. Ann, do you have anything you want to add?
Ann Craig from Personnel Services Manager. And the one thing that CalPERS did look at in terms of the Siebert Trust and giving the employers options, they've tried to set up 3 different types of asset allocations that employers can choose. And some of the estimates, I did have a little bit of chance to do some research, set it up that, hold on a second. 7.6 looks like it's going to be the most aggressive portfolio, down to 6.1, I think, as the least aggressive portfolio. So the employer, us as an agency, will be able to look at how we want to look at that obligation, with the thought being that if they're pre-funding or looking at these obligations, that initially you may want to be looking at more of an aggressive format, and then as time moves on and the interest and earnings that go onto that fund move forward, that you would be potentially looking at something that was not quite as aggressive as the opportunity arises where you actually be able to use those funds to pay for the retiree health insurance. As Tree said, we're in this building process right now, so yes, you could go in and pull those monies to use it for that process, but it would defeat the purpose of trying to save and to eliminate your liability on that side of the fence. But so those are kind of the variations on the theme that will be coming down the pike that will be addressed, I'm assuming, in next ones.
We did ask the actuary to look at what the impact would be on our actuarial report if there had been a dip in the discount rate from 7.75 to 7.5. And essentially, for every 0.25%, which doesn't seem like a whole lot, it would increase your liability $10 million. And that would increase your contribution every year that you have to make by over $900,000. So it does have a material effect, the discount rate. So we'll be very cautious when we talk to you. And actually, I would note that Janine Windenhausen and Kathy Martinez has, as part of the Finance Committee, have been just instrumental in assisting us with this. And as the expert investment person, I would definitely be asking Janine's support and assistance in that endeavor.
Jack.
Yes, just a couple of questions. Very, very good presentation. The first question is with regards to the payment, and just so everybody knows, during the interim, I had asked Tom for a copy of the actual policy, so I kind of put my speed reading function in gear and kind of moved through that. And you mentioned 50%, paying 50% of the obligation. Do we have any data to determine what percentage of the folks that sign up actually cross the finish line and reach retirement age? Do you have that offhand, or can we get that? I'm just curious as to whether or not there is a format to kind of have a little bit more information with regards to that. And in looking at the policy, I guess I have some concerns, and as y'all recall from my discussion with the facilities management plan, I'm a big fan of overarching policy documents that give us a kind of a foundation of where we can move from point to point. Do we have an intention of filling in this and building upon this? For example, what do we do when years aren't good? I mean, do we have intentions of putting aside monies to help fund that? Do we have that, what you talked about, taking in good years and pre-funding? Is that going to be built into a continuation of the policy?
Is that the September policy?
That's directly out of the Placer Administrative Manual.
Okay, let me
So
get
it's
you a
a
copy
condensed
of what the board adopted, because some of that is addressed a little bit more detailed maybe
Okay.
in that. Now I'm just totally lost. The idea of the policy and the goal of the policy is to get sort of to the place where we are with pensions, which is that we actually can pay for the benefit out of the fund. I mean, that is your goal. In bad economic times, there are consequences to not funding the required minimum amount. And that would mean that they would change your discount rate and in the actuary report. The report that we have had completed for us testifies that we intend to fund 100%. Without that, it would significantly have changed a 30-year look-see by the actuary as to what we would be getting in terms of investment returns. 100% promise of that minimum requirement gives us a reduced liability to $192 million. If we were not going to make that commitment and we were going to fund something less, then there's probably a whole range of lower discount rates that they would look at depending on what the board was willing to pay. Do you have to pay this? Absolutely not. You could just continue to book the liability on the financial reports, but this is not going to go away. And I think that's what the boards in the past have looked at, is that, can we make the obligation go away? No. Then we need to deal with it and manage it. And so that's what we've been doing. In really bad economic times, the board could make the decision not to fund it halfway, fund it just to the minimum requirement, whatever the board chose to do. And that is actually done through the budget process, and also through year-end close. If we have extra money, we might come back and ask if you would be willing to contribute some one-time funds. We haven't done that the last few years. It hasn't been that good, but in years previously, we were fortunate enough to be able to do that. So the decision on how much is actually being funded for OPEB is part of the budget decision-making process, and I'm sure they will be walking you through that over the next several months.
Yeah, I would like to take a look at other policy document, and then we can have maybe
I'd be happy
a further
to get that for you.
discussion about that. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Jennifer.
Jack actually kind of read my mind, because I had asked Holly over the weekend for a copy of the policy statement as well. And while I think there's a number of excellent steps that are proposed in here, and let me also just quickly say, great presentation, a lot of really good information there, and we clearly have a problem facing us. Reading over the policy here, what I don't see is a goal or a target that we are looking at. Is it 80%? Is it 100% funded? Is it 110% funded? Because we don't know, what the economy is going to do. So I would like, as part of that discussion that Jack was just talking about, to identify that goal. I think it's something that we as a board really need to do, because right now what we have is kind of almost a self-referential statement in the purpose that isn't really a goal. It says, let's promote financial responsibility and long-term planning by assisting the county in addressing post-employment benefits. That's not really a target for us to shoot at. I think the target is, we need to fund our OPEB liability to 80% or 100% or whatever that target is. And then also make that clarification that we do it in good years and we do it in bad years. And when the market's doing great, we still do it, even though the market might be covering us on our commitments. One of the questions I had on page 16 in our board packet, which is a little bit different, obviously, than the handout you gave us, you talk about advantages with pre-funding OPEB. What are the disadvantages with pre-funding it? Because every argument has at least one side.
There's always two sides to every equation.
Yeah.
And let me back up a little bit. The first policy that was adopted by your board for OPEB actually was adopted before there was even an instrument to put the money in. It had to be in an irrevocable trust. No such thing existed. And so we have been evolving over the last series of years, just trying to not get too far ahead of everybody else in the world, but still be prudent about our obligation. So the update that you have in front of you, one of the very clearly defined goals is to fund at a minimum the requirement, the annual required contribution. And that really is to keep the discount rate at the highest possible amount that could be in order to reduce the unfunded liability in the actuarial report. There is no question in my mind, Jennifer, and it's a very good point, that we need to continue to modify and update those policies as we go along. Is 80% enough, 100% enough? Quite honestly, in the pension portfolio, the best thing we have going for us is the fact that checks are cut out of that trust, but we still have to provide funding to it. And odds are that even when we get to 80% or 90% unless we're super funded, and we'll never probably be there, we will continue to have to provide funding to the trust. So it's an evolution, and I think that your points are just very good, and we will continue to look at it and bring something back. With regard to the disadvantages, you know, when the county has been in such good, affluent economic times, it has been relatively easy to address some of these outstanding needs, capital infrastructure, road projects, setting aside additional dollars for OPEB, still maintain our workforce, provide our services. The last 2 years, we haven't been there. And for the first time this year, we actually have reduced our OPEB charge to county departments through the budget process and brought it down several $millions from what it had been budgeted in the previous year, because these aren't good economic times. That was still with an eye towards fully funding the minimum requirement as per the adopted policy. The disadvantages to not funding the minimum is the discount rate that would need to be used in the actuarial report. The lower discount rate would cause a higher unfunded liability. The disadvantages to the budget, and that's probably where you're going, is that to provide $1 more than the minimum requirement takes $1 away from services that we're providing to the community. There's no question. It could take away a possibility of a wage increase for our workforce. There are decisions that would be made that are contrary. So if you give $1 over here, you can't give $1 over there. These decisions are made through the budget process, whether we would provide the dollar to capital infrastructure, roads, wages and benefits, or to OPEB. It literally is called out through the adoption of the budget how much we're allowed to collect for this obligation, and it is the board's decision.
Right, and just to be clear, I'm not proposing, I'm not asking about not funding the ARC. What I'm talking about is the disadvantages to pre-funding, so to the increased level of funding that is not mandatorily required.
I can tell you that honestly, just looking at this last report, if you had not pre-funded, as we looked at, the liability would have grown significantly because there was nothing in the trust to offset the change in the experience study and other factors. And these things will come up that are outside of the board's control, including what happens with the investment portfolio over the next several years, over the next several decades. But it really, what it comes down to is a choice between where does that $1 go? And does it go to meet this obligation that the board has already incurred, the county has already incurred, the promises that have been made, or does it go over here to do something else, to sustain services or whatever? So it's totally the board's discretion.
Thank you.
Jim.
Thank you, Therese, for your usual succinct and easy to understand presentation. I think we made great strides. When I first sat on this board, we had a $328 million unfunded liability, and over the years, through the board direction, we reduced it down to $192 million. I think that's significant, and again, in these challenging economic times, I think the board has to be proud of itself for doing this. It's interesting to note on the staff report that the independent preparer of the OPEB report specifically commented that the Board of Supervisors should be recognized for taking prudent and sound fiscal responsibility and actions to manage this liability. So I want to thank you and thank the board for addressing this, and we're moving forward I think in the right way. So thank you.
Thanks. Anyone from the public wish to comment to the board regarding this item? Thanks, Therese. Ann? And if it's okay with my colleagues, as we move to item 5, we have a time constraint with one of our staff folks. So if we could jump down to 5C, which is a budget update regarding the public safety fund, that would accommodate a time constraint by one of our staff folks. We're going to start with questions, Becky?
There we go. That's the slide I wanted. Good morning, Chairman Wygant, members of the board.
Good
Becky
morning.
Riggin from the County Executive Office. We're here for a workshop today to discuss public safety. And joining me for today's presentation are District Attorney Scott Owens, Chief Probation Officer Steve Bacor, Placer County Jail Commander George Malum, and Mark Giacomini, Management Analyst for these three departments. We're going to provide a brief summary of recent state and local funding trends and then discuss the potential impacts from the governor's state budget and realignment proposals. The information we'll be reviewing today represents the work of the Corrections Planning Committee, who, in addition to the people I have mentioned already, includes Jeff Wilson and Suzanne Gazaniga from the District Attorney's Office, Marshall Hopper from the Probation Department, Joel Swift from Facility Services, and Jan Gage from the Sheriff's Department. This group has been meeting for the past several months to discuss countywide planning and coordination for the new South Placer Correctional Facility at Santucci Center, and more recently to interpret the potential impact to the county from the governor's budget and realignment proposals. So I want to acknowledge their time and efforts before beginning the discussion today. The Placer County's Board of Supervisors, the members of the Criminal Justice Policy Committee, Placer County law enforcement agencies, and other county and community partners have a long history of working together to address regional public safety needs and priorities. This history includes many innovative and cost-effective planning efforts centered around facility design and development, regional data sharing and communication needs, and use of evidence-based approaches to juvenile and adult offenders that have reduced costs and recidivism. Recent cooperative planning events include design and construction of the Santucci Justice Center Courthouse and county offices in 2006, and the addition of the new South Placer Arraignment Court in 2010, a regional planning seminar and implementation of an evidence-based approach to reducing the numbers of repeat DUIs in the county in 2006, planning for a countywide digital radio communications network between law enforcement, fire, and medical response teams, which began in 2002, implementation of evidence-based approaches to reducing juvenile hall populations and improving outcomes, a collaborative approach to correcting overcrowding and early releases in the Placer County Jail in 2006, expansion of alternative sentencing programs such as GPS-monitored community supervision in 2007, a cross-jurisdictional commitment to utilizing communication technology to increase public safety and officer safety in the field, which is known as the Apollo Project, began in 2010, and a current planning effort led by the District Attorney's Office to reduce costs associated with evidence collection, storage, and retrieval processes that are critical for effective prosecution, and that began this year. And I also wish to acknowledge the ongoing commitment by the county public safety departments to continue to seek cost-effective solutions to public safety needs during these challenging economic times. California's projected budget gap and the governor's proposed spending cuts and program realignment strategies for public safety have created a new opportunity for system-wide planning and coordination. And before we discuss the realignment proposals and their potential impact to the county, we'll spend a moment reviewing some recent state and local funding trends. Over the past few decades, the number of people sent to prison or supervised on probation and parole in the United States has experienced unprecedented growth. From 1985 to 2010, the aggregate state prison population increased by 204%, parole caseloads increased by 158%, and aggregate spending for corrections among the states increased by 674%. As the economic crisis continues, many state legislatures and governors are using the occasion of new fiscal imperatives to review the skyrocketing costs of corrections and the ways in which we manage offender populations. These actions are prompted not only in response to overwhelming budget deficits, but by persuasive research about addiction and rehabilitation programs and a growing body of evidence about what works to address criminogenic behavior and to improve public safety. Many states, including California, have created commissions and task forces to consider correctional reform options that would reduce high recidivism rates and offer taxpayers more cost-effective criminal justice systems. Many states, such as Colorado, Oregon,
Kentucky, Iowa, New York, and Minnesota have moved beyond discussions and have begun implementing reform proposals that include expanding alternatives to incarceration, expanding credit enhancements for completion of education and treatment programs, increasing thresholds for property crimes to keep pace with inflation, overhauling complex sentencing structures, and curtailing use of prison for low-risk, nonviolent offenders and for technical violators of probation. Many of these initiatives occurring in these other states have taken form in Governor Brown's fiscal year 2011-12 budget and public safety realignment proposals. Done correctly and adequately funded, many believe these realignment proposals hold the potential to bring tremendous improvement to both the costs and the outcomes for managing California's correctional populations. So we move from reviewing a collective state's perspective to examining California's correctional costs. This chart is from the California Legislative Analyst's Office and demonstrates the growth in inmates and parolees in California from 1988 through 2009. The number of inmates are represented by the gray bars and the number of parolees by the black bars. And the inmate population grew from 76,000 to 171,000, an increase of 125% over this time period. The parolee population has grown at a similar pace. This LAO chart provides measures of spending for corrections over this time period through two approaches: total correction spending and total correction spending as a percentage of overall budget. Gray bar chart displays the total state spending from 1988 to 2009, and the solid black line is a percentage of total state spending on corrections during that time. In both cases, there is a significant spike that begins around the year 4-5. And although assumptions are typically that population and crime drive these numbers, the LAO reports that the age cohort for prison admissions grew by only 1% during the past 20 years, and that crime rates have actually decreased over this time frame. The LAO attributes these sharp increases to costs in inmate health care, employee compensation for security staff, but primarily to policies that drive prison and parole populations. And they note that felony arrests are almost twice as likely to result in a prison sentence than they did 2 decades ago. And a little later in the presentation, Scott Owens will describe some of the laws that have changed over the past several years and have contributed to some of these trends. So now we'll take a quick look at some of our own local expenditures. And although we have captured only the past 5 years, you will notice the expenditure chart looks a little different than the ones we've just reviewed. The net budget for Public Safety Fund has increased $8.7 million, or 7%, over the past 5 years, with a high point of $135 million in fiscal year 8-9. The primary cost drivers during this time include Prop F salary increases, food and medical costs in the jail, and employee costs relative to OPEB, A87 charges, and shifts in accounting procedures in order to capture true public safety costs within public safety departmental budgets. And this included a transfer of IT costs of $1.5 million from CEO budget into the department's budgets. During this time, the general fund contribution has increased by $23.5 million from a low of $53.4 million in fiscal year 6-7 to a high of $76 million in fiscal year 10-11. This general fund increase was to help cover increased costs and to directly offset economy-driven declines in public safety sales tax. Public safety sales tax revenues have decreased 32%, or $12.3 million over the same period of time, moving from a high of $38 million in 6-7 to a low of $25.7 million in fiscal year 10-11. The $10.2 million reduction in total expenditures from fiscal year 8-9 to 9-10 is due to mid-year reductions in 8-9 in response to changing receipts of sales tax and a 3% overall reduction in expenditures. Fortunately, public safety sales tax revenues are beginning to regenerate in 2010 and 11 and projected to continue to improve in 2011-12, which will reduce pressure on the general fund to sustain current services. However, as we will discuss for the remainder of the workshop, potential impacts from the state proposed realignment initiative could place increased pressure on the general fund over the next several years. Unless there are any questions for us at this point, we'll move into discussing the anticipated impacts from the governor's budget and realignment proposals.
Jennifer.
Becky, I'm sorry, I may have missed it, but what was the percentage increase in the general fund contribution?
44% from fiscal year 2006-7 to 2010-11.
Thank you.
Mhm. So this is a brief overview of the realignment proposals for public safety. In general, these proposals seek to restructure the state and local relationship by shifting responsibility for many programs into two phases. Phase 1 assumes a $5.9 billion of revenue in fiscal year 11-12 to initiate the shift of responsibilities in public safety programs, including fire and emergency response, managing low-level offenders and parole violators, adult parole supervision, juvenile justice, local public safety programs, court security, adult protective services, child welfare, and foster care services, mental health, and substance abuse treatment services. The $5.9 million in funding for these realigned programs would be generated through the extension of the 0.5% rate increase for the vehicle license fee, which is projected to yield $1.4 million, and the extension of the 1% in sales tax, which is projected to yield $4.5 billion. The proceeds would be deposited into the local revenue fund and dedicated to local government to offset the cost to counties for the realignment of services. The second phase of the governor's realignment proposal focuses primarily on implementation of national health care reform and shifts in other health and human services programs, which we discussed at the board's workshop 2 weeks ago. The specific public safety programs targeted for restructure and realignment are listed in this chart, and they are as follows: low-level offenders and parole violators, adult parole supervision, juvenile justice, local public safety programs, and court security. These proposals are still pending the results of a proposed June special election and the refinements imposed through the legislative process and the ongoing discussions between the administration and various stakeholders such as the California State Association of Counties, California State Sheriff's Association, the District Attorneys Association, and the Chief Probation Officers Association. The projected impacts to Placer County are reflective of the limited and still evolving detail that was available to us these past few weeks. So the first on the chart is a realignment of responsibility for what is referred to as low-level offenders and parole violators. Approximately 35,000 offenders without current or prior serious, violent, or sex convictions and 6,500 parole violators would prospectively be shifted to local jurisdictions with the assumption that local jail time and probation services would be utilized in lieu of state prison. In response to concerns raised by various law enforcement groups, the proposal has been revised to exclude certain crimes and would allow jurisdictions to contract with the state for the full cost of housing these offenders in a state facility should they choose to do so. The potential impact to Placer County may include up to a range from 87 to 403 new offenders that could be expected to phase into our responsibility over the next 3-year period. Now, there is proposed funding for the shift, and it is as follows: $25,000 per inmate for 6 months of incarceration, $3,500 for 18 months of community supervision by probation, and $2,275 for treatment and programming costs per offender. So that's a total of $30,775. The assumption is that on average these offenders would stay in our jail for 6 months, be on community supervision for 18 months, and that we would receive $2,275 for any assessed drug or mental health treatment needs. And our own local projections for that money would be that the $25,000 would cover approximately 8.5 months of incarceration time. 18 months of probation would cost about $10,800. And treatment costs are estimated to range from $11,400 to $17,000 for intensive alcohol and drug treatment and outpatient services for mental health. The next category up there is the realignment of adult parole to the counties. And the original proposal here would have prospectively realigned responsibility for adult parolees to county probation departments. The updated proposal excludes third strike parolees, those with current convictions for serious or violent crimes, and those classified as high-risk sex offenders who would remain on state-run parole. Lower-level parolees would return to the community from which they left, with the assumption that probation would provide more intensive services and demonstrate an improvement to the 76% failure rate experienced under state-run parole. So the potential Placer County impact is a range from 400 to 600 parolees per year that we may expect to receive. And again, the proposed state funding is $3,500 for 18 months of community supervision and $2,275 for treatment. Obviously, those don't quite cover our costs. And then the next on the list is realigning remaining juvenile justice programs. This original proposal would have closed all Department of Juvenile Justice facilities by June 30th, 2014, and bring to an end the state's responsibility for treating and housing serious youthful offenders. This revised proposal allows counties to choose between contracting with the state to serve their violent youth through a county-run program. And at that point, in the future, the state will reassess its role in juvenile justice based on a number of wards the state is supervising on a contractual basis in the future, and make subsequent recommendations for the Department of Justice at a later date. So the potential Placer County impact here is that we may assume the responsibility for supervising up to an additional 10 juvenile offenders per year. Currently, we have 3 who are receiving state-provided services. And the proposed state funding here is actually some good news. We would receive $15,000 per year for up to 2 years for juvenile offender, plus up to $115,000 per year for out-of-home placement. And this funding is anticipated to cover our typical costs for juveniles. The next category is continuation of current public safety programs through the vehicle licensing fee proposal. This proposal provides ongoing funding support for specified public safety programs through a dollar-for-dollar backfill with realignment funds. Currently, Placer County receives approximately $2.5 million in direct funding from this source for COPS, for frontline law enforcement, Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act, rural sheriffs, CalMet, which is a methamphetamine interdiction program, and other key programs. If the VLF funding is not extended, and if substitute funding were not to be identified, there could be a significant impact to these programs, although assurances have been provided by the administration that this funding would not be cut. And then the last on the list is court security. This proposal shifts the responsibility for court security funding to the counties, which under current law is defined as a court operation with costs covered out of the trial court trust fund. Under this proposal, counties, courts, and sheriff's offices would negotiate service levels and funding agreements for court security. And although current funding would transfer with this responsibility, future cost increases would fall to county responsibility. So the proposed funding shift for this is currently identified at $485 million statewide in 11-12, but that would be fixed funding. And the county impact would be unknown to us at this time, as it would be dependent on future negotiated service agreements. The current court security contract between Placer County Sheriff's Office and the Superior Court is $3.7 million. And fixed funding would, as I said, not allow for growth or adjustments to accommodate current or future security needs. As of March 16th, 2011, the California State Association of Counties, Sheriff's Association, Chief Probation Officers Association have authored letters in support of the governor's revised plan, and we now await final legislative action and the potential June election results. So I'm going to move away from the bottom 3 topics at this point because the juvenile realignment doesn't appear to pose a concern for us at this point. Local public safety funding appears to be covered, and although court security is a significant issue, we aren't able to discuss any future impacts with any real certainty at this point. So the rest of the presentation will focus on the potential impacts from shifting adult offenders to Placer County supervision. This slide identifies the potential impact of taking on the responsibility for low-level offenders and parole violators, and projected potential additional jail beds that may be needed in the future. To arrive at these potential impacts, the Sheriff's Office, District Attorney, and probation offices developed a methodology to project the potential number of new offenders that may be returning to Placer County based on the detail available from the administration and the modifications to the proposals made over the past few weeks. They reviewed a sample of Placer County offenders in these categories who were sent to prison over the past 3 years and extrapolated the number of offenders that we could expect to be reassigned to our responsibility under the proposals. So if we start with our current average daily population in 2010, that was 542. And given the statistics compiled by the District Attorney's Office, the number of additional low-level offenders projected to be supervised in Placer County at full implementation could reach 316. The projected number of parole violators who were returned to prison who would now be under our control is estimated to be approximately 87, leaving a potential number of additional beds needed to range between 87 and a combined total of 403. And admittedly, this is a wide range, and there was considerable amount of discussion about these figures, and the District Attorney and Sheriff's Department felt strongly that based on the data we have, that these were correct numbers that could materialize over the next 3 years. These projections assume many things, such as few of these offenders being eligible for alternative sentencing, and that they would experience the same 70% and sometimes greater failure rates experienced while under the management of the state. Come back to that slide. From these projected numbers, we quantified the potential costs associated with housing these inmates and developed a comparison to current fiscal year 10-11 costs for operating the Auburn jail. So as I said, the average daily population in 2010 was 542, and adding the lowest projected number of 87 would yield a new average daily population of approximately 629. And this would put the sheriff over their operational capacity of 581 at Auburn. If the higher end projection of 403 were to occur, that would lead to a total average daily population of up to 945 system-wide, with a staffing increase of an additional 131 correctional officers for a combined total of 272 for both facilities. The current gross budget for the jail of $33.4 million would increase by $3.5 million for fiscal year 11-12, just with routine annual cost drivers and the addition of an $800,000 cost to lock down or put on hold the South Placer Jail, assuming the population growth could be contained within the Auburn Jail. However, if the population reaches the tipping point that would trigger the opening of the new jail, costs associated would jump to a combined total of $61.4 million, or an increase of $28 million per year. This slide identifies the potential total system costs associated with assuming responsibility for the low-level offenders, parole violators, along with the responsibility for shifting adult parolees to Placer County probation supervision. Included in these total costs are corrections costs that we just reviewed, community supervision costs for probation, and also factored in our treatment costs that Adult System of Care Director Maureen Bauman estimates would range from $11,400 a year to $17,000. We have also captured what we understand about the revenue offsets being proposed by the governor. We have arrayed the cost as a range to reflect the high and low ends of what we could anticipate. So if we read across the bottom lower line of this chart, you'll see that the total number of new offenders that could be realigned to Placer County from all of these categories ranges from 487 to 1,003 when fully phased in, which we anticipate to incur somewhere between fiscal year 11-12 and fiscal year 14-15. The projected costs for incarceration, alternative custody, community supervision, and treatment range from $8.4 million to $39.2 million accordingly, and proposed realignment revenue offsets range from $4.4 million to $13.9 million, resulting in a potential exposure for the county's general fund of $4 million to $25.3 million in new unreimbursed costs. do want to go back to this slide for a moment. Many other counties will also be receiving their proportionate share of inmates, but many will be less equipped to manage the impact because their jails are currently filled and they are out of correctional capacity. However, Placer County will be completing construction of the first phase of its new South Placer Correctional Facility and will be adding 390 jail beds to its current inventory of 646 at precisely the right time to coincide with the potential impact of the governor's plans. And as you heard this morning from Facility Services, the addition of a new jail in South Placer has been in the Corrections Master Plan for 20 years. In 2006, the Auburn jail was experiencing overcrowding, and the sheriff's staff had to utilize the federal cap release provisions that allow them to release inmates when they reach certain capacity within the jail. And managing an adequate number of empty beds within a jail is critical to effective jail management in order to ensure the safety of inmates and staff, in order to segregate co-defendants, and to allow for swift and certain response for offenders who may not be in compliance with directives of the court or with community supervision rules. And a correctly managed jail with adequate capacity is the anchor of an effectively operating justice system. So a couple more comments about some of the assumptions behind these projections. The governor's proposal includes revenue and reimbursements, as I said, of $25,000 for incarceration, $3,500 for community supervision, and $2,275 for treatment programs per offender. And these revenues are dependent, of course, on voter approval and are guaranteed for only 5 years. They appear to be insufficient to fully cover the costs, particularly for the level of treatment and other programming services required by this level of offender. And they are not reflective of current state laws and local sentencing or supervision practices. So the differences are reflected in the cost variances we discussed earlier. So it's important to note that population and cost projections we presented today reflect the following assumptions. No revisions to existing state sentencing structures for lower level crime and property offenses. No revisions to allowable time credits for completion of education or treatment programs. No revisions to local policies regarding criteria for participation in alternative sentencing programs. No revision to local policies regarding community supervision requirements. And changes in these areas could result in significant reductions in projected overall system-wide costs. And central to Governor Brown's realignment and funding proposals is an assumption that criminal justice officials and policymakers will replicate some of the cost-effective alternatives being implemented in other states and that are supported through the research on what works, such as alternatives to a prison for lower-level offenders, revisions to mandatory sentencing structures for lower-level drug and property crimes, mandatory supervision and treatment programs, and enhanced credits for completion of treatment and educational programs. And also the assumption that counties have greater flexibility to craft more effective approaches to working with their local offenders. So some of the research findings and our own lessons over the past several years have taught us that the science of influencing choices and future behavior in the field of corrections has made tremendous progress. And the research findings are clear and consistent and are reinforced by experiences of our own folks. And some of those include the importance of support after release from incarceration, and the importance of transition planning and establishing links to the community, the importance of using risk-based release decisions, and of using the most effective use of our limited county resources. And as I said, the ultimate importance of understanding that sufficient jail beds are required to anchor the justice system. It also suggests that we undergo a formal planning process with needs assessments based on what we know about our local offenders, and that we continue to refine our policies and approaches based on outcome data. And as I mentioned earlier, some states have already implemented some of these approaches. These are a few examples of many that are in existence. New York has eliminated mandatory minimum sentences and increased judicial discretion in lower-level drug cases. Colorado has reduced drug possession and use crimes to misdemeanors or lesser felonies. They utilize community punishment rather than incarceration for these offenses. and have increased number of good time credits an inmate may receive. In Vermont, courts have been given greater authority to sentence home confinement, and probation is a standard sentence for misdemeanors and nonviolent felonies. In Iowa, courts have adopted, have the option to extend the period of probation. In Minnesota, judges have been given more discretion to deviate from mandatory minimum sentences. And Oregon has recently expanded their jail time credits for completing educational treatment programs. So at this point, I'm going to turn the presentation over to our criminal justice officials, beginning with District Attorney Scott Owens. And at the conclusion of their presentation, I will review some of our next step recommendation for your board's consideration.
Good morning. Scott Owens, 10810 Justice Center Drive, Roseville. Usually we in public safety like to think that we have the most exciting and interesting presentations, but I know in my heart you're going to like Mr. Durfee's presentation a lot more than you like this realignment conversation. First off, I want to thank you for the opportunity to talk about the potential impacts of realignment. It's given us a chance to be on the forefront for planning for this potentially massive overhaul of our criminal justice system. Graham asked me a few minutes ago whether or not I was going to solve the world's problems or tell you that the sky is falling. I said it's probably going to be somewhere in between. Quite frankly, we simply don't know enough to know if the sky is falling or not. There's just too many unknowns out there. But we would be remiss if we didn't address some of the potential concerns now, and I would indicate to you that, quite frankly, they're changing daily with what's happening at the state level. First off, I want to applaud the board for recognizing the importance of realignment and getting out in front of it. That said, I believe we are way premature to make any long-term findings or projections. We were tasked with explaining to the board the potential impacts to Placer County as a result of realignment. Simply put, there are way too many unknowns for the realignment picture to come into focus. In addition, deals are being cut all across the state to try and garner support for realignment. Nearly every day there's new news regarding the proposals. Each of these changes drastically skews the projections that we're trying to make for you. In addition, the governor's office has been somewhat lacking specificity as they roll out in this proposal. I'm not quite sure it's become clear in their own minds what exactly and where exactly they're going with this thing. What we've tried to do is give you a snapshot as to some of the potential impacts. Ms. Riggin laid out the many members of the Criminal Justice Policy Committee and gave a thumbnail of the committee's many accomplishments. It is both impressive and important to remember that those members come from different viewpoints within the system. And while we may not always agree on all aspects, we are each committed to trying to make the system function better while not sacrificing the very duties and obligations each of us owe to the client that we represent. Sometimes it can be quite a difficult balancing act. Make no mistake that realignment is a dramatic change to our criminal justice system and presents our greatest challenge to date. It takes decades-long practices and it turns them on their head. It presents so many new challenges, quite frankly, it's a bit overwhelming. As an attorney, it's always important to check in with your client once in a while to figure out what's important with them. My client, the people of the state of California, have made it quite clear what's important to them. My client, the people of the state of California and the county of Placer, value public safety. It is from this duty set forth by code and case law from which I come before you, from which I evaluate realignment. A member of this board commented a while back the simple phrase that public safety was different. That's absolutely true. It's set forth in the California Constitution, Article 8, Section 35, which states that public safety is the first responsibility of local government. The people of this state have put an exclamation mark to that statement in proposition after proposition over the last 30 years. From the Victims' Bill of Rights in 1982, Prop 115, the Three Strikes Law, Prop 21, onto Marcy's Law, and the list goes on and on. In nearly every election in this state, the people of the state of California speak out strongly in support of public safety. Our guideline for how to deal with realignment is set forth by code. The objectives of sentencing are contained in Rule of Court 4.410. They are protecting society, punishing the defendant, encouraging the defendant to lead a law-abiding life in the future, and deterring him or her from future offenses, deterring others from criminal conduct by demonstrating its consequences, preventing the defendant from committing new crimes by isolating him or her for the period of incarceration, securing restitution for the victims of crime, and achieving uniformity in sentencing. I'm going to speak a little about the realignment proposed by the governor and discuss in broad terms its system-wide impacts while focusing on the district attorney's office. Chief Pecor, and I believe Marshal Hopper is going to be taking over for Mr. Pecor, will address some of his concerns and focus on some of the specific impacts to the probation department, followed by Captain Malem and Sheriff Bonner, who will speak to the impacts to the sheriff's office, primarily the jail impacts, but also the potential impacts to patrol. If you look at the criminal justice system here in Placer County, you get some idea of the magnitude of the undertaking that is criminal justice in Placer County. Fiscal year 2009-2010, we received approximately 11,940 new cases from approximately 16 different agencies or task forces. Of the cases that were not declined or dismissed, they proceed through the court system, and in conclusion, you see the 4 disposition down at the bottom. The 4 disposition types set forth in yellow at the lower part of the table. These 4 areas outlined in yellow is the primary focus of today's discussion. However, realignment also impacts all aspects of our system, and we will briefly touch on some of those. In a nutshell, the realignment proposal intends to shift what it refers to as low-level offenders from going to state prison, CDCR, back to local jurisdictions to deal with. Essentially, that is, shift those offenders from CDCR back to the Placer County Jail, where they will be handled by our Sheriff's Department, as opposed to CDCR, and whereupon, upon their release, they are to be supervised at Placer County Probation Department, as opposed to the state parole CDCR. What does this mean? I was asked to give an overview of the methodology that we use to try and arrive at some of the projections. These projections will be discussed by Mr. Hopper, myself, and Sheriff Bonner, and Captain Malem. Again, I would caution you that not all of us were in agreement as to all of the numbers, and at best these are rough projections with what little information we currently have available to us. The first question we asked was, how many people are we talking about? Now, as the saying goes, the old and the new, these are a matter of time. Since this is a prospective bill, we felt that the best way to take a look at the next 3 years was to look at the past 3 years. So what we did is we looked at everybody that we sent to prison over the past 3 years, and we came up with an approximate number of 816 folks. Approximately 250 to 300 people are basically sent to prison every year for Placer County for these level of offenses. We felt like to determine their actual impact, we needed to know more about who those 816 offenders were, so we actually pulled all of their files. We were able to review approximately 59% of them. Why 59%? You say, and it's a purely arbitrary number. It's as far as we could get through the 816 before we had to prepare for today's presentation. But I think that's a pretty good slice of what we were looking at. What we found was that these 59% of folks sent to prison did an average sentence of approximately 4.07 years. It's important to note that the review of these files revealed that these were not first-time offenders. Just about all of them had received multiple shots at probation, treatment, and local incarceration, and had failed miserably in the past. Which brings us to recidivism rates. Can we click? I think it's actually go one more, if you would. Thanks. It's impossible to gauge the long-term effects of realignment on the system without taking a look at recidivism. According to CDCR records for 2005, which weren't published till 2009, and is the latest publishing of statistics that we have, so they're going back 6 years. Admittedly, they're fairly old. The recidivism rate over a 3-year period is 76%. The breakdown is set forth on the slide. Over the first year of being released from prison, nearly 47% of those offenders will reoffend. The number jumps to 70% the second year, and 76% will return to prison by the end of year 3. So where does that leave us? Essentially, it leaves us with a bunch of unanswered questions. And Chief Pecor, actually Mr. Hopper, and Captain Malem will dig in with more detail on some of the numbers, but I want to discuss some of the unresolved issues and concerns for realignment before they get there. Let's talk a little bit about the definition. Can we go one slide forward? Thank you. Let's talk a little bit about the definition of what is a lower level offender. Essentially, it is everyone who does not have a serious, violent, or sex crime. While that sounds great on the surface, the problem is that in the criminal justice world, serious and violent are terms of art. Serious felonies are defined in Penal Code Section 1192.7. Violent felonies are those found in Penal Code Section 667.5C. They only apply to specifically outlined crimes. These crimes include murder, mayhem, rape, oral copulation, lewd and lascivious acts, great bodily injury, kidnapping, to name most of them. Selling drugs is not considered serious or violent. Manufacturing drugs is not considered serious or violent. Assault likely to cause great bodily injury is not considered serious or violent in most cases. Elder abuse is not considered serious or violent. The list goes on and on and on. The bottom line is, to quote the words of Los Angeles County District Attorney Steve Cooley, the use of the word low-level offender is a misnomer and a gross inaccuracy. Perhaps more disturbing is a footnote that we found in a white paper out of the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office. In that paper, LA County DA Steve Cooley sets forth that on January 13th, 2011, members of the Governor's administration, Todd Giroux, Department of Finance Program Budget Manager for Corrections Criminal Justice, informed the LA County CEO and Sheriff that the existing state sentencing model is not one of the assumptions of the Governor's plan. A basic 2-year model was assumed for those low-level offenders with a maximum of 6 months of incarceration and 18 months of supervision. Basically, he indicated that they would be redoing or anticipating restructuring the sentence model that we currently operate under. This is further evidenced by the fact Ms. Riggin outlined some funding proposals: 6 months, up to 6 months, $25,000, up to 18 months, and then a specific amount. These timeframes are consistent with the sentencing model that realignment wants to get in place, not the one that is currently in place. This sentencing scheme butchers the progress made over the last 50 years in our penal system. Catastrophic would not be an understatement. With court overcrowding, many trials don't get out within the 6-month period of maximum incarceration, which would eliminate any incentive to resolve the matter. It virtually eliminates accountability within the system. Going back to our 76% recidivist rate, of the 59% evaluated, that offender was staying in prison and off of our streets for a sentence of 4.07 years, less good time credits. Now that offender is going to be out in a maximum of 3 months if the credits are day-to-day, and 4 months if the credits are 1/3. The turnaround time on future crimes is greatly shortened. Not only is punishment greatly reduced, the community is exposed to additional risk. This results in more crime in our community. This results in more pressures brought at the patrol level of law enforcement. This results in more cases being submitted to the district attorney's office. That 11,940 number increases rather dramatically. This results in additional pressures brought to a court system that is already one of the most crowded, has some of the most crowded dockets in the state. What are some of the additional issues? Well, there's credit calculations issues. The last we heard, it was anticipated that the prisoners would get day-for-day credits while incarcerated. Currently, non-serious or non-violent offenders receive 1/3 credits off for good time if they are housed at the local level, and day-for-day once they go to a state institution, unless otherwise specified by law. This unknown factor dramatically skews the projections and the numbers that you'll be seeing as they come up. Can a traditional CDCR prisoner now be eligible for alternative sentencing? That's an unanswered question at this point. There's legislation pending before the legislature that would allow them to apply for alternative sentencing. Remember when I started, I mentioned the information was coming in fast and furious as we tried to put this presentation together in a timely fashion, and that not all of us agreed on all aspects of this presentation. One of the things that came in late were some of the slides outlining findings from the Vera Institute. I would indicate that I actually have some concerns about the motives of the Vera Institute. That said, I understand that they were being put up there to show that there are alternatives to incarceration, and that I am in favor of. And so for where we were going with those slides, I'm in agreement. What I am is a supporter of the alternative sentencing programs run by the Placer County Probation Department. I've worked side by side with Mr. Pecor in the institutions, and I know that he takes these programs very seriously and that they are quite valuable when utilized correctly. That said, I go back to that number of 816 people. Those folks are not new to the system. While I certainly have faith that our probation department is the best in the business, and I think statewide we recognize that with Mr. Pecor's being the probation officer of the year, These 816 people represent folks that have already had their opportunity at locally. They've already had those benefits. They've been determined by the court not to be amenable to probation. And I'm acutely aware that part of our success here with some of our alternative sentencing programs is the discerning admission process that we have. They put people in programs they think will work for them, and they're very good at it. My concern is with a flood of people, it's going to have a negative impact within those programs. Additionally, I have concerns that we are now going to be incarcerating a more sophisticated criminal here in our local jails. They're going to be incarcerated right alongside folks that we haven't set to state prison yet, that we're still trying to get to go into those programs. They're going to raise the level of criminal sophistication to the very folks that we're trying to put the efforts in to fix. This in and of itself will lead to increased and more sophisticated crime. Another thing that we need to take a look at is the so-called Morrissey hearings. This is where a parolee violates parole and the hearing is done to determine whether or not there's a violation and then what additional custody time he should do. This is currently done in an administrative process through CDCR. Under realignment, this would be done by a local Superior Court judge. That means that our office will be prosecuting them. The county will be on the hook to provide indigent defense, and there's going to be a number of additional court appearances. What are the numbers? It's interesting because looking at the LA County paper, they indicated that they send 9,000 people a year to prison, and they're anticipating 18,000 Morrissey hearings within their county. In our county, we send 250 to 300 people, and when I asked Captain Malum how many parole holds we got last year, I think he said 618, so just over 600. So it's interesting that LA County statistics match up, with what ours are as far as the percentage. That's 600 hearings that we can anticipate being contested. Keep in mind the 250 to 300 people that go, oftentimes those are a result of plea or negotiations. They never actually get to trial. So we're adding on to our caseload 600 additional contested hearings, plus all the litigation, all the court appearances that go along with it, all the review, all the drug testing, all of that stuff. What happens with those parole holds where the individuals from out of county? Roughly, that's about a third. Right around 400 are parole holds from Placer County parolees, and roughly 200 are from out of county. We don't know the answer to that question. I would assume that the county where the parole violation takes place is probably going to be doing the parole hold. And the reason I assume that is because if someone from San Luis Obispo County commits a new crime up here or has a parole violation up here and is booked into our jail, the officer that found that violation, the evidence contained within that violation are all going to be here in Placer County. So just from a logistical standpoint, I think it makes a certain sense that the county of, not the county of origin for the offender, but the county of origin for the violation has those. Finally, before I turn it over to Chief Pecor and Sheriff Bonner to continue to try and work through the impacts to their departments, one area that has been overlooked is the impact of the Department of Justice's crime lab. Over the last 2 years, we have significantly reduced the amount of money that we're spending on forensic services, forensic and toxicological services, by contracting with the Department of Justice. Under the proposed budget cuts, they are proposing to cut $20 million in funding for the state's crime lab. That's roughly half of that crime lab's budget. If they are able to keep the doors open, costs will greatly increase for everybody. Finally, while it's impossible to predict the impacts of realignment with the limited information available at this time, we can make some predictions on what it will mean for the court system. There will be an increase in the overall number of cases. There will be, if there are modifications to the sentencing scheme along the lines of what was suggested, we can expect increases in delays of trials, increases in the amount of trials, increases in the amount of hearings, and increases in the amount of overall litigation. In addition, there will be a monumental increase in the number of post-conviction hearings and litigation. I fully understand that we bring grim news. I wish we could provide more specifics. What we have now might not be what we have 2 weeks from now. This is radically different from where I was a couple weeks ago on this subject, and I would be remiss if we didn't put it out there, what could happen, and possibly what we expect to happen in some cases. However, with the foresight exhibited by the board in the building of the South Placer County Jail, and the advances made in our alternative sentencing and pretrial programs over the last few years, Placer County is poised better than most counties, let's say, to address the challenges presented. And rest assured, knowing that this Criminal Justice Policy Committee, working together the way that we do, we will continue to work collaboratively to deal with the upcoming issues. It's what makes Placer County such a safe place to live, what a great community it is, and we'll just take it as it comes. We'll deal with it, we'll take a look at it, we'll keep the board informed, we'll work through the CEO's office, and we'll figure out what the long-term impacts are. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Hopper.
Thanks, Scott. Jack, did you have a question?
Yeah, Scott, I just wanted to thank you personally for bringing forward that information. As a former Deputy Attorney General, having served with the Department of Justice, represented the Department of Corrections, the Bureau of Prison Terms, and the Youth Authority, what you're talking about is actually real. And you know, they need to look at it from a different perspective. When you're talking about the numbers and low-level offenders, they're talking about commitment offense. They're not talking about the charged offense, which can dynamically change the whole view of the type of individual they're letting out. So, you know, and also with regards to the piece that Steve's going to talk about, there's a big difference between administrating a probation protocol as opposed to a parole protocol. You know, it's night and day. So thank you again.
Thank you, Mr.
Robert, I had a question for Scott.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Scott, I had a question for you, I'm sorry. On slide 21, you talked about the recidivism rate at the state for, I'm assuming these are for Placer County.
Those are specifically for Placer County parolees.
Okay. Do we know what our recidivism rate is at our own jail?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
I don't have that answer.
I mean, 76.17 seems like a horrifying recidivism rate, but I don't have anything to compare that to.
Agreed. I don't know if we got the statewide. Did we get the statewide number, or do we just have the Placer County number? Okay. I will work on that, and I will get that to you.
Thanks, Scott.
How you doing?
Marshall.
Marshall Hopper, Assistant Chief Probation Officer. First of all, on behalf of Chief Pecor, I would like to extend his apologies for not being able to be here today. He had a surgery planned for his wife that got changed at a last minute to this morning, and as we all know, Steve, he tried to juggle both hats and be here at the same time, so that's why you saw him going in and out of the room, and he had to go tend to his wife. So as a game time decision was made, here I am. This slide here basically demonstrates the state realignment for juveniles. Basically in 2008, since 2008, DJJ has been reducing and redirecting offenders back to local levels. We've managed this process well. As Becky mentioned, currently we only have 3 individuals at DJJ, and we put this slide up to kind of demonstrate where our juvenile hall population is in respect to our alternative sentencing programs. And taking a look at the slide, our juvenile hall population is pretty consistent over the last 5 years. You'll notice a couple increases where Christmas comes, the kids get in trouble, school gets out, they get in trouble again. So it's a cycle that goes on every year. Currently, today, our juvenile hall population is 34, and our maximum rate of capacity is 78. So our alternative sentencing programs, along with our probation efforts, continue to manage that population. This slide shows that collectively, probation and the Sheriff's Department have been able to manage the jail population throughout 2010. Also in 2009. The growth and expansion of the alternative sentencing programs has played a key role in this accomplishment. In 2008, the board approved that the probation department become the co-correctional administrator and administer involuntary alternative sentencing programs. This was a result of over approximately 95 years of sentence time unserved, which inmates were released early. Within 6 weeks of the implementation of the involuntary alternative sentencing program, we were able to reduce the population from 601 to 565. In addition, in 2010, the Probation Department has implemented a pretrial release program, giving offenders the opportunity to be released from jail while receiving intensive supervision while pending court. This has also contributed to the population at the jail. The average population at the jail in 2010 was 542. Our alternative sentencing programs averaged 680, and today's population at the jail was noted at 484. As we work together between this group of collaborative partners with the Sheriff's Department and the DA and the Sheriff, we recognize that we need each other. Our implementation of our alternative sentencing programs and the success of those alternative programs hinge upon the ability to hold offenders accountable by taking them back into custody should and when program violations occur. We need additional space there to hold offenders accountable. Having that in mind, the reduction of early releases from the years previous has held offenders accountable as a combination of our collective ability to work together. This profile shows that there is a huge majority of cases, basically, that are thieves. Over a third, and another third has significant drug issues. Within many of other crime factors and categories, substance abuse was involved as a major factor in most of these. These offenders place a huge burden on all of our communities. They drive resources, drain resources. They are frequently unemployed. Many look at education, many are uneducated and seek vocational skills. Approximately 70% of these offenders receive a sentence first time for their wobbler anywhere between 6 to 8 months and end up being placed on local probation. As Scott mentioned, these wobblers that end up at state probation, they're not new faces. They're ones that have come through our office already on their first time offenses for wobblers. Sometime they end up going to state prison, as was mentioned. Upon release from state prison, they recidivate at a rate of 60 to 76%, which brings them back into the state prison system for approximately 4 months at each time, for each sentence. The violations are usually for dirty tests, failing to miss appointments, numerous technical violations. This slide breaks down the wobblers by community based on some stats that we were able to come up with. And it basically, the purpose of this slide is just to show that about 78% reside within our incorporated areas. This last slide is a prospective basis. We will receive these cases, case by case, if approved, and it moves forward on July 1st. As was mentioned before, we've analyzed together data, numbers, assumptions, assumptions on assumptions, and assumptions on assumptions, okay? So we've gone through it all, and we've come together as a group to determine that these are the best numbers that we can come up with because there are so many concepts out there that we just don't know about. And on that note, I'd like to turn it over to the Sheriff's Department for the jail portion of this presentation.
Thanks, Marshall.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, George Malin, Captain with the Sheriff's Department and Corrections Division Commander. I'm going to go over, you've seen some of these numbers before, and this is a wide range of numbers, but within all the ranges that we talked about over the week with the different numbers coming up, this range pretty much covers them all. So it's pretty much your best case to worst case scenario. It's going to lie somewhere in between that. We just don't know where yet. The state's assumptions are that the VLF and sales tax increase initiative may fund the costs. It's kind of the cornerstone of their whole proposal here in the realignment is that money is continued. Constitutional funding guarantees may provide backfill funding provided that's passed. Nonviolent, non-serious, and non-sexual offenders may be sentenced to county jail. District Attorney Owens mentioned just what those terms mean, and they're kind of not quite right. These inmates may only serve 6 months in custody. Again, that's an assumption based on changing the will of the people over the last 20 years when it comes to sentencing. Problems with the state's assumptions is that current VLF and sales tax pays for deputies on the street, pays for programs, CalMet, methamphetamine task forces, rural cops and things that hire and pay for cops on the street. So we just don't know what's going to happen with that money. Current sentencing laws will need to be changed. Releasing sentenced inmates after 6 months may only mean a faster cycle time for them to return to jail, not only with a fresh charge, but with a parole or probation violation. So that cycle will just speed up in time. And it does not take into account the final outcome of the Coleman-Plata lawsuit against the state, which is, if you remember, is the lawsuit from ordering the state to release 30,000 to 50,000 parolees on the street. It's been in front of the state for over 2 decades. It's now gone to the U.S. Supreme Court. My guess is I don't think the Supreme Court's going to have too much sympathy for the state, and they're going to order 30,000 to 50,000 inmates released from prison, and this is on top of the realignment proposal. So then you'll have these people hitting the street and reoffending and returning to jail. So we just don't know what that number is, and expecting the ruling here probably within the next month or 2 from the Supreme Court. This is our 5-year average daily population. We're using the base year is 2010. It's the lowest year. It was 542. As District Attorney Owens mentioned, 4.07 years of qualifying from that sample population we looked. The average time in Placer County Jail before they went to state prison was 205 days. The average remaining sentence was 3.8 years, which left the potential bed needs for newly sentenced inmates at about 316 when you consider the current sentencing law of 1/3 credit, 2 days for every 6 days served. Parole probation impact, current parolee recidivism rates, the best number we have to go on based on the population we'll be getting. It's a 3-year average, 76%. So that may mean 87 additional beds per year may be needed for the parole and probation violations. So you add 316 from the new sentenced inmates to the 87 potential parole violators, and you have a range of anywhere from 87 to 403 needed beds per year. The plan for the state is this goes into effect July 1st. Nothing's been passed. It probably won't happen. But when it does pass, I will, my graph starts at 2012-13. You could probably start seeing an uptick in that population. The 11-12 budget is my guess. Right now, the rated capacity of the Auburn jail, when all the beds we have, is 646. We try to keep a 10% vacancy capacity as per court order, as well as maintenance issues, as well as having beds for people to come to if they violate the current program they're on. So that removes 65 beds. That leaves our operational capacity at 581. On all the assumptions here, assumptions on assumptions on assumptions we're making, as far as the jail goes, I'm assuming that the jail is fully funded, I am fully staffed, and all my beds are open. Right now, my rated capacity is 632 because I had to shut 14 beds, and I'm down staffed. So my assumptions on the impact here are that the jail is fully staffed and open, the current jail. 390 rated beds at South Placer when it opens. Again, 10% vacancy rate. That leaves us an operational capacity of 351 beds. 1,036 total beds when you include everything fully open, and that leaves when both jails are open. 932 total operational capacity. You take the average daily population that we're using as the base of 542 and add the range of potential beds we might need, 87 to 403. That means we could be anywhere from 629 to 945 beds needed. And again, that trickle-in could start the upcoming fiscal year, but certainly start rolling in 2012-13. That leaves us with a 13-bed potential shortfall when you're talking about rated beds at the high end. We're actually short beds from the get-go, even with the new jail open. Low end of 629 beds at the beginning is 48 beds over the operational capacity if it's fully open, but we're still under our rated capacity. And this is just kind of a spreadsheet. If you look at the possibilities starting in fiscal year 12-13, 13-14, 14-15, the blue is what the operational capacity of the system in 12-13. It's at should be at 646. I guess that didn't get changed, but It should be at 646 because that's what we have now. Rated capacity is 646, I'm sorry, operational capacity is 581, and the average daily population at the low end is the green, which is 542 plus the 87, and then the worst case scenario is adding 403. So you can see in some of these scenarios, we're underrated capacity, under operational capacity, and then others were over operational capacity, and then still others were over even our rated capacity by upwards of 700-800 beds. So that's kind of the peak we have now, and again, this is all the assumptions based on that the Auburn jail's fully open to start with, and that in 13, 14, and 14, 15, both South Placer and Auburn are opened. Part of my division's responsibility is court security, and when Becky mentioned the court security issue of it's going to be flat funding coming over to us with no projected increases, that the county would have to make up any increases in that funding from the time we got the money. We're currently underfunded for the amount of staff we should have. We're running less staff than is desirable because that money that we currently get just doesn't cover. We're sharing bailiffs in South Placer, which is not an ideal situation. So just food for thought that when that money comes over, it's not in the ideal slot now, but it will. Also, we're not seeing any increases in the future as the system grows. And I'm going to turn it over to Sheriff Bonner right now. If there's any questions, first of all. No?
See none. Thanks, Freddie.
Thank you, George. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good afternoon. It was morning when we started. Thank you for allowing me to kind of put in my 2 cents worth on this. A couple of things that I think are important. Mr. Duran, you hit the nail on the head when you talk about uncertainty. I think you've got a lot to process today, and it's going to take some time, but I think at the end of the day, we still don't know. We don't know what's going to happen. Something's going to happen. It's not going to be really good for us, but something is going to happen that will impact all of us. And with that in mind, no offense, but it makes me a little crazy when I keep hearing about the general fund supporting the public safety fund. Public safety is a general fund department. We are one of the essential services. And I understand the differences, but it still kind of makes me a little bit crazy. In the document that you have, it talks about the California State Sheriff's Association supporting the governor's realignment. I'd like to read you just a couple of excerpts from March 21st, letter of our support. Realignment. Our support for the package is contingent upon funding, as without funding, this package is unworkable and dangerous to the public safety. A second paragraph. We would be remiss if we did not note our continued concerns about the public safety implications of some of these changes. The realignment package does have elements that are very difficult to accept and will be even more difficult to implement, as some of the lower level inmates being proposed to stay longer in the county jails and the new responsibilities counties will have for certain parole functions. We are very concerned. I think all of us are very concerned. George mentioned just a little about Coleman Plata, and I'd like to expand on that a little bit. You may remember Mr. Coleman and Mr. Plata were inmates, or maybe still are inmates, in state prison. One of them brought forth a case. He said, overcrowding in state prison has prevented you from providing adequate mental health to me. The other said, overcrowding in state prison has prevented you from providing adequate health care. And those worked their way through the system until 2 years ago, I think it was, that they reached a three-judge panel, the federal court. But quite frankly, the judges were pissed and sided with the inmates because it took 17 years for them to reach that hearing. That case is right now in front of the Supreme Court of the United States. We expect it to be ruled on. I personally do not expect a favorable resolution for the state of California. What that means to us. The population of the state prisons right now is about 160,000. This is down from the 172 because some of the innovations they've done, some of the inmates are now in other states. But what the three-judge panel recommendation was is that we immediately reduce the population of state prisons from 160 down to 101,000. That's a significant number of people that would be forced out back into our community, back into our jails, back into the programs that have, this has nothing to do with realignment, other than we'll have a new pool of offender throughout the state. I think that's going to be a real problem for us. A couple of the other things, just kind of my comments on this. I really think it's important when we think about this to think about this as a system, not just the county system, but our police partners, the public safety partners, and the community. When I was president of the State Sheriff's Association, I was testifying before the legislature one day, and my good friend who was the chief of police and the president of Cal Chiefs got up and he said, the California Chiefs of Police represent 73% of the people of California. And I followed him up and I said, the California Sheriff's Association represents 100% of the people of California. And I think our Board of Supervisors, our district attorney, I think between the 5 of you, you represent 100% of the people of Placer County, and that includes people who reside within the cities in Roseville and Rockland, just Auburn. I mean, so the decisions that we're going to ask you to make with absolutely no real information right now. I know that this is an informational item, and I appreciate that. The decisions we're going to make are going to affect so many people. It is going to be difficult. I want to express my appreciation to the CEO, probation, district attorney's office, and our custody unit that for the hard work they've done to try to give you something to think about. But I'm very, very concerned about the realignment. I think that early on, the state sheriff said, what does realignment mean? It means dumping on counties. That's what it means. And I think about the funding. And I look at this and I do shake my head. And I always tell you, there's a great movie, Philadelphia, with Tom Hanks, Denzel Washington. And Denzel Washington's an attorney. He says, all throughout the movie, he goes, explain it to me like I was a 6-year-old. The way I look at the funding is just this. There's a $25 billion deficit in the state of California. So we're going to save money by realigning corrections, parole. It's like my wife and I, we go out to dinner a lot. I'm thinking, we could save money by not going out to dinner so often. So we do that. That's our budget. We're going to budget that way. But I know what I'll do. I'll give the money I would be spending on going out to dinner, I'll give the supervisor home so he and his wife can go out to dinner. I haven't made any impact on my budget deficit. And I do think that's the fallacy here. This is, if you will, to me, it's a joke. Do you think money's coming from the state of California to fund these transitional things we're going to be doing? I don't. Because there's a $25 billion deficit. And at some point, they're going to say, well, in order to save that money, in order to cut in that deficit, I got to not spend the money. And not spend the money would be translated down to money we would anticipate that we deserve that is needed to do this. My real concern is, and again, more will follow. I think that, Mr. Duran's uncertainty is kind of the benchmark today. More will follow. We'll have a better idea. It may not be a good idea. I mean, when you talk about one of the things that the governor's talking about is that this money, the money will come for 5 years at a reduced amount because we'll do such a good job with it, is dependent upon the vote of the people. That we seem not to be able to get this on the ballot. So I'm just overly concerned about the impact. Now, that being said, my last comment. I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic about Placer County's criminal justice system, all of our partners, this board, the city leaders. Something's going to happen. It's not going to be really good for us. It's not. But I am optimistic that working together as we have our collaborative nature that we've developed over the years, and I'm so proud of, we're going to do the very, very best we can to ensure that the public safety is protected as best we can. And the big caveat is that's going to be really, really hard. But anyway, I thank you for your time, and again, I appreciate all the hard work, and it was hard work, by the way, trying to get everybody's numbers to sync up. But thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Jack.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what the sheriff just said, and it's also, I want to thank Becky and all of your staff for putting this together. It's been a real pleasure despite the overlooming gloom and doom of what's going on, to actually, I've heard about the collaborative effects here between public safety organizations, but to actually sit in the room with you and see how you interact with each other and collaborate and to look at the data and ask really good questions, it's been a pleasure. So, we'll continue to be very supportive of what you do, and we're going to get through this together. And I think that's the key right there, is as long as we stay together, we'll get through the storm. So, thank you.
Jennifer.
Thank you to all of you for your presentations and the information that you brought forward today. There's so much to comment on. I just picked two things out of it, really. The first is following up on Ed's comment. We need to get these things on the ballot. We need to get this to a vote of the people so that we can say yes or no to the extensions of the taxes that, to some extent we're currently paying. But we've got to talk to our state legislators and say it is important to take this to the vote of the people. So I encourage everyone in this room to do that. My other question is possibly a little bit mean, which is the figure, I think, Marshall, you raised it, of 78% of the folks who might be coming back to us come from the cities. My question is there any possibility at the county level to do some sort of realignment of our own, renegotiate some of those agreements with the cities to help cover some of these additional costs that we certainly never envisioned when we made the agreements with the cities in the first place? Tom's looking like that's the worst idea ever proposed. I don't know if there's any chance, but I mean, I'm 78% of the population of Placer County, I don't think lives in the cities. I think. 88%. How much?
Isn't it 88%?
Is it 88%? Well, it's a large portion, whatever it is. But my concern is the full financial responsibility for this falling to the county when, frankly, 78% of these folks are city residents, and that we all need to step up to the plate and take responsibility for fully funding what we need to fund to make sure that if these folks do come back to us, we have beds to put them in, we have officers to keep an eye on them, we have parole officers to keep an eye on them after they're out of their cells, and that we make sure that they get to their drug and alcohol and mental health appointments. So I think we need to bring this up with the cities and raise it as an issue and figure out how we are all going to work together to make this happen, because Ed's right, something's going to happen, and it's not going to be good, but we're just going to have to strive for the best possible outcome that we can get out of this.
Thank you. I do have one last slide to run through quickly, and this would just be the committee's recommendations to where do we go from here. So given the uncertainty that does surround these proposals and the number of steps that must be still completed before we know how the governor's proposals will unfold, we recommend these following steps: that we continue to meet and track realignment discussions, that we continue planning efforts with the full Criminal Justice Policy Committee to define the offender populations that will be realigned to us, and to conduct then a system-wide needs assessment to quantify what we would need system-wide to make this realignment be as successful as possible, and then to develop options and funding mechanisms to return back to your board with for further discussion and direction.
Thanks, Becky. Okay, with that, we still have items 5A, B, and D, but why don't we take a short break and come back and finish those up.
2011-12. And for this presentation, we do have Roy Cunha, the Assistant Director for Emergency Services, and Brad Harris, Chief Brad Harris, also Chief Scott Lindgren. To begin with, Rui is going to make a couple of comments about the countywide fire system.
You want to go to the next slide?
Yeah.
I've
Right
got
there.
it. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Most of you have seen this slide and map before of the county system. I think what I would say about it from a general sense is that fire service, a little different than many other services, is a system of systems. Ultimately, what you're looking at in this is a total of 5 city fire departments that act independently as fire entities, 14 independent fire protection districts, and the Placer County Fire System itself. Placer County Fire System is this area that's highlighted here in yellow, and clearly that's going to be the focus of our discussion today. Also, in that the county system is a system of systems for fire service, it's also true for Placer County Fire. Placer County Fire is made up of 7 distinct zones of benefit under the county service area for the provision of fire protection services. When I say that they are distinct, they bring their own separate funding, and with that separate funding, they bring their own service level. And so as a result, each one of them, each one of those zones of benefit are looked at independent of each other. And that'll be some of the discussion that'll be brought to you as we proceed. While the Fire Control Fund, which funds the entire system, contains the CAL FIRE contract, that overarching contract, it is the zones of benefit that ultimately contribute to the service level that each one has. And so they make up a large portion of the revenue that comes into the Fire Control Fund. And that's a very important thing to understand is that specific nature. The county manages the Fire Control Fund, but we've managed the Fire Control Fund so that each part of the system pays for itself and pays for the service level that ultimately that zone of benefit brings. If a zone of benefit is unable to fund the service level, it has been prior board policy that zone of benefit will have to correct its condition either through cost-cutting measures or revenue increases in any case. But under all circumstances, the zones pay for themselves. So with that introduction, if I can, what I'd like to do is hand back to Allison Carlos and have her begin a discussion on the broader policy issues for fire. Thank you.
This pie graph is just a quick demonstration of what Rui already said, in that the CSAs feed quite substantially into the fire fund, and that is for the CAL FIRE contract. We also have primarily the fund built by property tax and a general fund contribution. Basically, to recap what's been going on since 2005, the system has grown. It's almost doubled in size, and since that time we've included the North Auburn Ophir Fire Station in 2006. That's a CSA, as Rui was speaking about. And in 2008, and then again in 2009, we had the casino added in. The general fund contribution has been flat over time. It's a little bit over $1 million a year. And basically for the fire fund, separately from the CSAs, that particular fund has property tax revenue also that has been increasing very moderately, but it has not been decreasing as we find otherwise in the county as secure property tax revenue. The CSAs have a different picture. We're going to see how their property taxes have declined over time. This is just another way of displaying the same information. Basically, the aqua blue bar graph in the back is the fire fund expenditures, and that lime green area is again displaying how the CSAs are materially a part of that fund, and then you have the other associated revenue stepping down. The two areas we want to focus on today are the CSAs of North Auburn Ophir and Dry Creek Fire District. And for those that may be in the audience, the two discrete areas are in the southwest corner of the county between the Sutter County line and Roseville. That's the Dry Creek Fire District, and North Auburn Ophir is North Auburn up to the Sutter County line. Those two particular, excuse me, Nevada County. Did I say Sutter? Sutter. All right, thank you for those at home. The services description for those two particular CSAs, we do want to point out North Auburn-Ophir has 2 stations, Dry Creek has 1 station, and the North Auburn-Ophir actually has the busiest station in the system, and that's the Atwood Station with 2,200 calls per year. There's 500 at the Ophir Station and 400 at Dry Creek. Just to reinforce what Rui already said, the CSAs are really established for discrete service within a geographic area. And what we know is that they really are intended to be self-sufficient and be able to support their own services. We have 2 pie graphs for the 2 CSAs of interest, and what we are reflecting is that the main revenue sources for CSAs are property tax, secure property tax, and the direct charges. Now, direct charges are what you would pay per residential unit or per commercial site. What we want to do is take a few minutes here to frame some of the challenges that we wanted to express today. For the fire fund itself, we don't have too much of a concern. I call them flat and happy. Basically, what we see is relatively flat revenues and expenditures in the last few years. The only increase in the expenditures primarily is a function of the expansion, the second expansion for the casino station. But there's a materially different story for the Dry Creek CSA as well as for North Auburn-Ophir. Just with Dry Creek, what we're seeing in the expenditures is that, you know, they're moderately declined, but what we have is a substantial decline in revenues, primarily as the secured property tax. For the Dry Creek station, we've experienced an overall 25.7% reduction in revenues, and that's 31% in secure property tax decline. That's what they've experienced, 31%. And that's a direct function and correlation to the reduction in assessed values in that new growth area of the county, as well as we haven't seen in the Dry Creek area many new construction permits and so forth, so we're not getting new people into the district. For North Auburn-Ophir, it's also a secure property tax decline issue, but just not quite as dramatic. About 13.4% of the 17.9% is property tax decline. This is just another display of the similar condition, and what this is that property tax you see from this side view, the more draconian or dramatic decline in property tax with Dry Creek and then with North Auburn-Ophir. The other thing that this does display is that secondary important revenue source is the red band, and that's the direct charges. So moving to frame the condition as a challenge, what staff did is prepare a multi-year projection of a future operating deficit projection, basically. And except for the 11-12 number, there is no fund balance carryover assumed here. And what we really are looking at is that if all conditions were to stay the same and there was no expenditure or revenue fix here, you would see that there's an operating annual deficit that's quite substantial. And for Dry Creek, it's around $220,000 a year, and ultimately for North Auburn-Ophir, about $650,000 a year. This does not this assumes that there's no one-time cost and no new development, so it's pretty conservative assumptions, but essentially structural deficit for those two CSAs. The projected reserve balance analysis was then done. Now, staff isn't recommending this, but what we did was we took the structural imbalance and we said if we were allowed to play this out and use the reserves available for gap funding within these two CSAs, and again, we're not recommending it, we could see that by fiscal year 13-14 that North Auburn-Ophir is in a negative condition and that Dry Creek is just one step behind. Now, this would be reflective of North Auburn-Ophir having burned through $1.2 million in reserves and the $500,000 for Dry Creek. So again, staff is not recommending the approach, but certainly as options, as you'll be considering in the next weeks, it is important to highlight a few things associated with the use of reserves to mitigate these structural deficit impacts. The reserves are finite, they're one time. What it will do if we use them is to diminish our ability for capital replacement. Essentially, reserves are in part and by and large used for capital replacement. There's a reduction in the operating contingency, and there's that potential that we would be needing dry period financing due to cash flow impacts associated with costs. Earlier, we noted that for the CSAs, the secondary revenue source is the direct charges. And what we wanted to just display here is essentially for Dry Creek and North Auburn Ophir, we have two different sets of conditions around that second revenue source. For Dry Creek, we have a fairly substantial $177 per parcel charge. It also has an inflator. It has the CPI as an adjustment. And we also see that it is not a built-out community, built-out CSA. There are still parcels that are vacant that, with future development, we would have new people paying the direct charge. With North Auburn Ophir, we have a lower single-family residential direct charge, but what's really striking in this particular case is that no matter the size of a non-residential facility, the cap on its direct charge is $600. So you can have a very, very, very large commercial structure, and they're going to pay $600 only under this current scheme. And there is no CPI adjustment. So what I would say is that you have in North Auburn Ophir your busiest service area and a very low CSA direct charge and less opportunity for there to be a highly increased assessed values over time as compared to perhaps a growth area. So ultimately the fixes for whatever happens with these two CSAs may have very different solutions. Just to summarize, again, the CSAs, we're seeking self-sufficiency and funding for that very discrete area. We do project annual shortfalls for North Auburn Ophir and Dry Creek to those amounts there. The structural imbalance is a revenue problem, and we have limited reserves that will be exhausted in 3 years if there were no action. We would suggest that there are solutions required, and they could be different for the two CSA areas. Rui did note that possibly the two solutions are going to be something in the way of expenditure cuts, which may translate to service reductions, will translate to service reductions, or additional revenues, perhaps through restructuring of the direct charge. So the next steps the staff has identified are the complete analyses of the implications of the broader application of the direct charge within the North Auburn Ophir Fire CSA, adjustment of the direct charge for North Auburn Ophir, projected revenues over 5 to 10 years as there's some economic recovery that occurs for Dry Creek, evaluating the property tax and new growth, funding for capital improvements and apparatus replacement as relates to operating budget. And then we would seek to discuss these matters with the local community and the MACs. And then return to your board with additional information recommendations. So those would be the proposed next steps. So with that, Rui and Brad and myself, and I didn't introduce James and Importante, the analyst for this particular service area, are here to answer your questions. Thank you.
Allison, thank you. A little depressing, but thank you. A question I have is, in the North Auburn Ophir district, there's this 5 cents per square foot, but capped at $600 a year. Have we done any sort of analysis of how many square feet are out there, and if we didn't cap it, which I think the voters out there would have to choose to do, not us, let me make that clear. If it weren't capped, what additional revenue would come in? And that leads to my next question, which is, what would be the mechanism for the voters out there to change the structure?
To answer your question, no, we haven't. We have not completed the analysis on what the total square footage in North Auburn Ophir Fire is, and then with that, what that additional revenue might be. So that is analysis that does still need to occur as it relates to this particular problem. And we have the data. It's just a matter of completing that portion of the analysis. We have done some other analysis, though, that I do think is fairly interesting. The commercial properties in North Auburn for fire, property tax and direct charges contribute a total of 19% of the total revenue for North Auburn for fire. But those same properties, and not counting travel to and from on Highway 49, Bell, all of the above, those same properties represent 50% of the total calls that are received in North Auburn for fire. So there is in terms of a service level, commercial properties in North Auburn for fire are experiencing a pretty significant discount on what they're paying for service.
And what would be the mechanism for the voters out there to change this structure if they so chose to do?
We would require a ballot measure to go forward to the voters within North Auburn for fire. The entire zone of benefit would vote on that ballot measure, and the outcome of that ballot measure would determine whether or not there was an increase or not.
And would that be a 218 vote, so at 2/3, or would that be a simple majority?
It's at 2/3.
2/3, okay.
Correct.
And then just as a resident of a fire CSA myself, I have to say $48 a year sounds great. We pay over twice that where I live, as well as an additional assessment to Truckee Fire, as well as our property taxes. So you get what you pay for.
Yeah, and the lack of any kind of cost escalator is very problematic. Long term, it's been problematic in where we are today as well. So that lack of a cost escalator over time does have a significant impact on the ability to provide services going forward.
Yeah, and then thank you for your note that you're going to be taking this to the appropriate municipal advisory councils. That's critically important that this get out into the public for discussion, because it is going to be the decision of the local voters in these areas as to what they decide to do with their own assessments. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, good afternoon, Brad Harris. I'm the fire warden for Placer County Fire and the unit chief for CAL FIRE's Nevada Yuba Placer unit. It's a difficult question. How are we going to solve this issue? We're at a critical juncture in all of these districts right now. We've cut the staffing as low as we can possibly cut the staffing without closing the fire station. What does that mean to Dry Creek? If we close the fire station for that and take the paid staffing out of there, is it going to be served by an all-volunteer company? It's questions we got to answer in the future. In North Auburn, for fire, do we close one of the fire stations there? It's going to be difficult, but times we finally hit the tough times that we knew were coming. This hasn't been a short-term problem. We've known for a while that our revenues were decreasing, and they've decreased to the point now that we're going to have to make those difficult decisions here in the very near future. We can cancel some of our reserves for a short period of time. The issue I have with that as a fire chief is, will I be mortgaging the future of the department? At some point, we're going to come out of the economic recession that we are in, and we're going to see increases in revenues, but are we going to expend those future increases in revenues to repay loans that we had to take out to keep the current system afloat as it stood right now? Those are just part of the difficult questions we're going to have to ask. I wish I had an answer. I don't. But we'll be out there gathering the data and doing the analysis to help the board make a very informed choice when they have to make a choice. We've done some very good improvements to the system, both in equipment, facilities, response capabilities, and a lot of different things with the guidance of the board over the last few years that I've been here. And it would be sad to see those services start to diminish. But we're going to have to make some hard choices here very soon.
The revenue decline was predominantly driven by decreases in property taxes. So I'm assuming that we would expect, if there has been a reset in real estate values that is relatively permanent, and we're going to start seeing price appreciation, but at a dramatically reduced level, and in places like Dry Creek, the reduction has been about as great as anywhere, as I understand it, in our county. We're not going to see revenues come back anything close to what they had been in the past. And is there concurrence with that?
That's the thought process, and when they do come back, they'll come back at a different rate than what they had in the past. Also, Dry Creek has that opportunity for those unbuilt vacant parcels to then start to contribute to that CSA.
Yeah, thanks. I'm sure you'll take all of the consideration when you bring back options to us, but thanks. Okay, with that, I think we're wrapped up then with fire, and we'll go to jump back up to item 5A, which is the road fund and the public works portion of CEDRA. Allison, are you going to kick this off again? Or?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Jeremy, we're looking for 5A. So with me today to present the Department of Public Works road fund and also land development issues is Ken Grimm. He's with the Director of Public Works. You know him well. And to my right, James Importante, the analyst for the Public Works Department. As soon as those slides come up, I'll get going. There we go. So everyone knows that Public Works does a wide range of services, and this presentation today is somewhat focused on the road fund, which primarily funds the road maintenance division and the engineering division to support the county maintained road system. The road division is that group, that division that does the snow removal, the upgrade and repair and operation of the roadway system. So it's more of a maintenance organization. And the engineering division, while it has some services associated with it, is predominantly capital infrastructure project driven as roadways. So they plan, design, and construct bridges and roads primarily through contract services. What I'd like to do is take a brief minute, and it's always a good place to start with the revenues when you're talking about budgets. And what we did was prepare 3 pie graphs that help to simplify the road fund. These numbers, for your benefit, are the proposed fiscal year 11-12 budget numbers. So they fluctuate over time. But generally speaking, what you find in that first pie up on the left is that the road fund is predominantly serving the projects work, and then I've kind of coined this term general purpose road funding. That's more the ongoing funding source. The project work is predominantly related to the engineering division, but both of these pies are what constitute the road fund, and you can see how massive the project dollars are as a percentage of that fund. The next pie graph to the right is taking that piece of the general purpose road fund pie and making its own pie and showing you what the sources of that funding are. So coming into 11-12, the projection right now is that $15.6 million is associated with the gas tax, known as Yehuda to you often, and the local transportation sales tax. That's a sales tax-based revenue source. And then your board's general fund contribution to road fund, which has been about $3.7 million in the recent past. Then if you look to the left, that pie graph then takes that same general purpose road fund revenue, and it tells you what portion of it goes towards the funding of road maintenance activity in that division and what portion of it is used in the engineering division. Predominantly, general purpose road fund revenue share is used for road maintenance. This particular graph plots over the 5-year period of time the basic same information, but what it
it's telling us is that since 2005, there's a somewhat downward trend with a peak in 2006 of some of these general purpose road fund revenue sources. And the declines have been primarily in the area of that purple band, which is the local transportation sales tax funding, and the secure rural funding, that thin red band, which, you know, we may still see in future years, but this is what's occurred with it in the last 5 years. The gas tax has fluctuated somewhat on an upward trend. That's the blue band, because as gas prices go up, we tend to see the gas tax increase. The lime green band is the general fund contribution over time, so we do see the broader general fund contribution your board has made in the earlier years when you, and around 2007 when you were making purchases of snow grader equipment. And then as there were some budgetary constraints moving into 07, 08, 09, your board had ratcheted some of that general fund contribution down, but what we knew was going to happen is that there was going to be some overlay funding from a different source that was going to help mitigate the loss of some of that general fund. And so what I'm going to show you is in the next slide that it's not literal, but it's representative of how that Prop 1B funding started to come in certain years and in what amounts that helped. If you were to smooth that, you almost have an equalization of or mitigation or masking of what was occurring in the contributions to this revenue source. So because the general fund contribution, 2.3 million when it was in its height in 2006-07 included, 2.3 million was included for just road overlay. So when you see these dollars from Prop 1B that could be used for overlay and some of it for pothole patch, you can see the influence that it had in propping up the remainder of the ongoing general purpose revenues. So since 2005, the revenues primarily for road maintenance have been on a decline, with some mitigating one-time dollars, one-times that happen multiple years, but still one time, Prop 1B, ARA funding, coming in to float us. We had increased operational costs in general, like all the departments are reporting, just increased salary and benefits, increased operations costs, you know, for the road maintenance division, that's, you know, aggregates and oils or whatever. Vacant positions have been remaining unfilled. In 2005, we had 114. We have 105 today. There's less road fund balance for carryover because you're having declining ongoing revenues, but at the same time, the projects are starting to be constructed, so project match dollars that were being rolled over year, that are a piece of this discretionary funding that we're going towards projects, that's no longer rolling over. So fund balance carryover is becoming a challenge. Reserves in the fiscal year we're currently in were required in order to balance the budgets. This is a slide that takes just the road maintenance division. And what we've done is you can see that these are now actual expenditures. Prior to this, we've been talking about budgeted dollar amounts. We've moved from budgeted to actuals. And when we plotted the actuals, what we isolated was the staffing costs and bookended the staffing costs with what filled positions were in road maintenance at that point in time, and that's the blue band. And then the red band is reflective of all other services and supplies in that expenditure budget. It's just the expenditure budget actuals. What it's showing us is that at a time where we have a constrained expenditures, there's $2 million less expended in that red band. At the same time that's going on, we have decreased expenditures there for services and supplies. We are having increased labor costs,
because we have a 15% less filled positions, but our total labor cost is grown. So the staffing labor costs are taken up by a more predominant share of the road maintenance expenditure budget. When we did the same thing for the engineering division, and just so you know, we threw down all of those projects because it's nice to see how they were affecting the expenditure budget. That same blue bar on the bottom, it does the same thing. Basically, in 2005, we had 32 filled positions. In 2011-12, we had, 32 filled positions. In 11-12, we have 35 filled positions. Now, that's essentially flat, because what happened here is there were so many, there were 3 folks that were already working predominantly on engineering services, but they were in the admin function. So instead of just transferring more money over to admin, we moved the folks over to engineering. So essentially, the staffing level is flat here. So staffing levels are flat, yet the division is producing significant construction projects by way of primarily using contract services. So you see a tremendous growth in construction and expenditure of the budget. Now, the $50 million, let me just say, that's not the full budget. As I mentioned before, it's $105 million, but we thought that was good because it demonstrated what they were actually spending. Positions flat and delivering 400% more projects. I just want to throw in here before I do a concluding slide on what we're speaking about here, just in case there's any question. It was last week that the state legislature reaffirmed the gas tax swap that occurred this time last year. And what that did is it maintained the state's original plan to keep the local streets and roads funding intact to locals in lieu of the Prop 42 funding. So they increased the excise tax because they were going to take away our Prop 42. So basically, I wanted to let you know there are no state impacts to this department right now. Everything's looking good. We're maintaining our funding levels as gas tax because the legislature approved the swap. So the summary that we have for you is the existing budget structure that road maintenance funds, engineering and road, is not stable. We're relying right now on fund balance carryover to fund our operations. We have declining revenues in some respects, and we will no longer have Prop 1B and other revenue sources identified that can mask some of that. So the department proposal for fiscal year 11-12 is to continue the redirection of 2 of their engineering staff. These are not staff that necessarily work on projects, but they're working in transportation planning. They're working in traffic. And they're taking 2 of those staff and redirecting them, much like Cedar staff has been redirected to work in lieu of contracts for projects, because we have project dollars for 11-12. They're no longer assuming a fund balance carryover. They're reducing the funding to road maintenance by $1.3 million, and this is, Ken can speak more about this. This is his plan for shared pain. But reducing road maintenance by $1.3 million, reducing transportation planning by another $650,000, so they're losing 2 people in transportation, not losing them, but redirecting them in transportation planning, and reducing the budget by $650,000, and reducing the road fund project match dollars by $550,000. The potential impacts are increased response time to address complaints, less asset equipment replacement dollars, and less resources to cover increases in the road maintenance materials. So we will continue to conduct analyses, and if there aren't any questions for me, then I would pass this on to Ken. Thank you.
Any questions, board members? I see none. Ken.
Yeah, good afternoon, board members. Ken Grimm with Department of Public Works. Want to just make 2 quick points and allow you to move on. We see really 2 different scenarios happening within the road fund right now. First off, we have our projects that we do, and if maybe you could bring up slide 8 real quick, where we're showing a vast increase from $14 million about 5 years ago to over $50 million today. That's anchored by our Forest Hill Bridge seismic retrofit and painting project, but also some grant funds that historically we've never received. Department of Interior, we're getting over $1 million to do some wetland restoration up towards Lake Tahoe. We've got a host of safety projects that we've been able to get awarded. from programs like the Highway Safety Improvement Program, the high-risk rural roads, safe routes to schools in Sheridan, all sorts of different funding sources we've never been able to take advantage. So we've had this large increase of work. Contrary to that, we then have our general road fund revenues. Maybe you can go to 7 there. And really what we're seeing is less funding, and that's reflective of our local transportation fund, the portion of the sales tax that goes for transportation purposes. That went from $2.3 million in 2005-06 to $1.2 million this current year. General fund went from $5.7 million to $3.7 million. The gas tax in general has stayed essentially flat. It's actually a little down, but essentially flat. And then there's the thought of that we may be losing our secure rural school money this year. It was proposed to be lost. It is actually in a proposed budget of the president. We'll see what ends up happening with that. But in general, we've had less revenue coming in. But at the same time, we've had increasing costs. And I think going to 7, right there, in the blue, you can see in 2005, 2006, we had 82 filled positions, $6.4 million. Well, we now have a payroll of over $7.7 million, but that reflects 70 employees that we currently have. So we have a higher per unit cost for the labor that we're doing these days. And again, road maintenance is a good example. In 2000, we actually had 86 employees physically doing road maintenance types of activities. 2005, 2006, that went to 82 employees. Currently, today, we have 70 employees. That's a 20% drop in the staffing levels, and it has required us to do some things differently, but also means program cuts in various areas. So what does this mean for the upcoming year? We're going to be doing less traffic engineering and transportation planning. That's where we work with the cities and our counties and others and some of our larger land developments, not individual projects, but of the future planning of the transportation network. We're definitely doing less of that. We're doing less land development. That's a good thing because there really is no land development. So it's not really anything that we're cutting. It's just there's less to do. And then the traffic engineering. We get countless numbers of requests from the public for everything from stop signs to traffic signals to speed limit changes. It's going to take us longer to go through those and process those. We won't have the same number of resources that we've had in the past. We're redirecting those resources to funded projects where people are getting funded by a federal grant, a state grant, whatever that case may be. So we have about a 42% cut in that transportation planning traffic engineering function. On the project side, we are trying to spend less of our flexible general revenue dollars on projects. We're cutting that 92%, traditionally spending about $500,000 to $600,000 a year to match federal and state funds. This year, we actually only have $45,000 that we are proposing to use in that. We're, again, very fortunate this year. There is a program, which is termed toll credits, where there are these credits that have been collected over time by the state of California to match federal dollars. They are allowing us to use those credits. We won't have more money, but we will not be required on many of our programs to actually put in some of our general road fund revenues. We hope that lasts for a few years. That will definitely take the sting off what we're facing today, but time will tell. But we definitely plan on doing it next year. We're doing a little less. Part of the general road fund revenue also supports the county's stormwater program to the tune of about $500,000 a year. We're cutting that 6%. That's at the same time that we have some major new regulations that are going to be put on to us on the Tahoe total maximum daily load program, putting in new monitoring, new program requirements, new reporting requirements. But we believe we're going to need to do the best we can with what we've got and try to meet everybody's expectations. But that's taking a small cut of about 6%. And then finally, road maintenance is talking about a cut of 7%. But as the largest portion, that 7% is a fairly large number. This year will be, or next fiscal year will be the first year in a long time we will not have an overlay program. We had for many years an overlay program that your board was able to support. As times went by, we actually had some American Recovery and Reinvestment Act funds that we were able to use, as well as some Proposition 1B funds that we were able to use. Those will run out this summer. This will be our last overlay program under the current financial scenario that we're going to be able to do. We're going to do less chip seal. Boy, when I started here, we used to do about 90-plus miles of chip sealing a year. That's gradually been declining. Instead of about 30 miles next year, next fiscal year, we're probably going to be lucky to do about 10 to 20 miles. And that's going to be largely dependent on oil prices. Right now, I probably couldn't do more than 5 or 6 miles, but hopefully that will drop in the fall. Maybe we'll be able to do some more then. We talked about less people. With having obviously less people, we're not getting rid of any programs, but that's just that many less people to fill a pothole, clean a drainage ditch, or to remove snow for that matter. So there's some nominal changes that people might see there. And finally, we're buying less fixed assets, less equipment. We're going to make some of our equipment go longer. Long term, we have to be careful of that. We're still running, good news is I think a year or just over a year ago, we got rid of our last 1959 series snowblower that was literally 60 years old. That is now gone. But now we do have approximately half of our snowblower fleet is from the early 1970s. It's 40 years old. We are going to have to make plans. Those are $500,000 pieces of equipment that we are going to have to replace over time. But we are cutting that portion of our budget this year, not eliminating it because we still need to invest in the future. But again, that idea of some shared pain over all of our program areas, all of that is going to be necessary to make next year's budget balance. So happy to answer any questions, but I'll turn it back over to your board.
Any questions? Tom has a comment.
I just want to point out that in part of your resource usage, I don't know if we're going to cover it later on today or April 5th, the board had in prior years set aside an infrastructure match program out of fund balance that year. Is probably 5 years ago, actually. There's about $1.5 million there. So again, just pointing out resources. That was not just for these kind of projects, but for any county sewer project or other types. So that dollar is sitting in a separate account.
Jennifer.
Ken, thank you. As the District 5 representative, this is particularly of interest to me because we have lots of roads and not that many people up there and a lot of needs on those roads. I'm particularly concerned about the decline from 86 people in 2000 to 70. And these are the folks who are out filling the potholes and blowing the snow. I've just in the past couple of weeks, because of the really incredible winter we've had, I've had a lot of complaints from people about how long it takes to get a subdivision blown after it's been plowed. And I've had some interesting conversations, and one of the things that was brought to my attention about Serene Lakes, where I live particularly, because I had a number of residents call me at home, is that we've had a lot of retirements up there. And we have a lot of new folks who are really still learning the route and really still, figuring out how to safely blow a subdivision. It's my understanding that 5 years ago, I'm told it took about 3 shifts. So those are 12-hour shifts, 3 12-hour shifts, 36 hours to fully cut, which means blow the subdivision. It now takes just over 5 for a number of reasons. New employees, this is what I've been told, new employees, but more importantly, and this is something that we all forget and the residents forget, since 2000 to now, we have almost twice as many homes built in there. So we no longer have places to blow and store snow in the way we used to, which is one of the issues that we're going to need to grapple with when we have projects in snow country come in front of us. That's a land use decision that we really need to start thinking about because it has real impacts on the ground when it comes to DPW. And it's something we've never really thought about. When my subdivision was approved in the late 50s, the early 60s, nobody thought about snow removal. It was a bunch of empty lots. You just drove down the street and blew. Who cared? But we've got to figure out a way. I'm glad to hear that we have this grant funding and these financial opportunities for the next year. We've got to figure out a way to look at, are there people we can cross-train to backfill some of that loss of 16 jobs from 2000 to 2011? Are there folks who are currently doing, engineering type work who can be cross-trained? Because that work's probably not going to be there next year or the year after. We're going to see real losses in revenue to that kind of work at the county. What can we do to cross-train those folks so that they can fill potholes and blow snow and do those other things, because we don't want to lay those folks off. They're an asset to us. We want to make sure they stay employed. They may not be doing the work they signed up for originally, but we really need to start thinking about how we can make that happen.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to make one comment. You know, one of the things that clearly we talk a lot about with the departments is that, you know, one of the particular cost drivers for the labor costs is, you know, the OPEB contribution. And so I just think it's important to keep that, you know, on the radar as we are looking at these increased costs.
Thanks. I think one of my concerns, we went through this and count on you, Ken, for the expertise, but it's my understanding over these years that with road maintenance, there's a point where if you defer it too much, your long-term cost of maintaining that road hugely increases. So I hope we're not going to get ourselves into that position by just kicking the can down the road. Follow the example of the state, I guess. But
It is definitely our intent to ensure that does not happen.
thank you. Those words warm my heart. Thank you. Thanks. So with that, last but not least is Graham, who is going. Oh, I'm sorry. Almost last but not least.
Yeah, almost last.
Sorry, Michael.
I just have a few slides. So Michael Johnson's joining us to just go through the CEDRA piece for land development. And we have Lauren and Paul also. So real quickly, for those who may not know CEDRA very well, CEDRA is comprised of administrative services, engineering, planning, and building department. And people primarily know them for their core service area, which were the current planning function, construction permits, planning, plan check, permitting and inspection. They do a myriad of other services, including advanced planning, GIS, the famous Placer County Conservation Plan, working with TRPA, the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, and biomass. Primarily, they are funded through application fees, currently contract MOUs from redirection of staff, and major project billings, just to name a few. This is just one simple graph we have for CEDRA, and it looks back to 2005, and what it's just telling us is that back in 2005, the county really had a different picture of what was going to happen in the future years, and there was a planned, ready growth of the expenditure budget. That orange area is the expenditure budget. These are budgeted numbers, and it was about $24.5 million. I do want to I recognize that your staff report said $26 million, and that's because that number had included some encumbrances. So it's really 24.5 that was budgeted in 2005, and currently we're looking at a $17.7 million budget. That blue area is reflective of the revenues that were coming in as primary revenues being the permitting function and the some of the major project work, as we had a number of major projects coming through the door in 2005. And you can see where the economic downturn has dramatically decreased those revenue sources. And so what I would just say is this is a demonstration of how the department has ratcheted down with the declining economy. And the other thing I would say is, since these are budget numbers, these do fluctuate. They don't always expend their full budget, and revenues do come in sometimes more or slightly less than what you might see. Here are a few statistics since 2005. Essentially, we've seen a 40% reduction in the total budget. That was the picture that we had just looked at. We've had staffing reductions, and that's 30% of filled positions are no longer filled, from 141 to 99. I had this term, the effectual staffing, which is really recognizing that staff is redirected, so they're not there to do the CEDRA work, so they have a higher vacancy. So, 36% is what I call what they have to work with, or the decline of what they've experienced, not 30, because they don't have redirected staff with them. Currently, redirected staff is 2 to the Empower program. 7 are working within facility services and public works on some of the projects for Ken, RDA, and the clerk recorder. At the same time, this period, we've seen a 46% average decline in permit-related activity. Obviously, the building permits are substantially higher, other permits are lower, but the average, it's about 46%. And what the department is doing is trying to utilize their existing staff to do more in lieu of contracting out to the extent possible for advanced planning function and other general fund related priorities that your board may have. That's the wrong thing. So just to summarize, CEDRA is trying to respond to the loss of just staff overall, but also refocusing of their priorities into areas that are not as heavily permit related. That be their work on community plans, a few of these things that I've listed here, and I won't go through them all. They continue to work to share their resources very effectively and to seek ways to do that most efficiently. Matching their staff to workload, including continued redirection to areas where there's affirmed work and affirmed funding. So we continue to be monitoring how that funding is materializing from that redirected work. And implementing increased time accounting methods to track their workload. And so those are just our comments around what's happening with land use, and challenges are to continue to try to find meaningful work as there are other priority areas that your board might identify. Thank you.
Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's interesting to be here at this time, having heard the other budget presentations that your board has been presented this morning. As Allison stated, these are very interesting times. As you can see from the numbers that have been presented, the Land Development Agency has been impacted fairly significantly with a 40% reduction over the last 5 years in our staffing. That being said, many opportunities have been created, and one of those is back in 2005, because of the application work that was coming in, we contracted out a lot of work. Whether it was engineering and building, who contracted out plan checks. On the planning side, we contracted out a lot of our environmental work. The downturn in the economy has allowed us to redirect our staff and to have staff take on many of those assignments that we previously contracted out. From a county perspective, there are a lot of benefits that come from this. You now have dedicated county staff working on projects instead of unrelated third parties who may not be as familiar and knowledgeable with the issues. And you have staff who have a dedicated and keen interest in moving these tasks forward. And so over the last couple of years, we've been able to take on some tasks that have been put off for many years. The Granite Bay Community Plan has been undertaken and is moving forward. The update of the community plans up in the Lake Tahoe Basin are underway. This past year, we started with the Sheridan Community Plan and working on that. And most importantly, the assignment of additional staff to support the Placer County Conservation Plan as it continues to move forward. So while there have been decreases in revenues coming in and decreases in staffing, it has provided us an opportunity to redirect the staff we do have here to work on projects that are of importance to the county. And it's our intent to continue to move in that direction in the coming fiscal year and move forward with some of these projects that are of importance to your board.
Any questions? Michael? Thank you. Jennifer.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. One of the things that I wanted to point out, and I know my fellow supervisors see this, is we get the report from May 1 each month that talks about what's going through, the environmental process, essentially. Not all the permits that are pulled, but the ones that, reach a certain level. And what I find particularly interesting in reading that is how much of the very little development that's going on in Placer County, but how much of it is going on in the 5th District, and particularly Tahoe. So while I know that permits or applications are down by about 46%, I don't think we've seen anywhere near that kind of decline at the Tahoe branch. And so when we're focusing on prioritizing staff and allocating resources, I think it's really important, and I know you're doing this, I think it's very important to make sure that we keep staff available where we do have work and where we do have permits that are still getting pulled. And, you know, I mean, there's a lot of houses suddenly that people want to build in Tahoe, which is a good sign. But I just think it's very important that we pay attention to where our needs continue to be and make sure that we keep staff appropriate to those levels.
Thank you. So now, last but not least? No.
Thanks. I'll get you one.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Graham Knaus. I'm your Finance and Budget Operations Manager. I'm also your General Budget Messenger. And today I am the caboose related to the series of budget workshops beginning in February and that have taken us all the way through today. I'm going to move through this relatively quickly. A lot of this you've heard a ton of detail about in this meeting and in the course of the last several meetings as we think about the 11-12 budget. Our starting point related to 11-12 is a general fund deficit in the $2 to $3 million range that we've talked about. That is after departments absorb a number of cost increases. That would be retirement-related cost increases, health insurance premium increases, losses of one-time revenues. The department requested budgets were $2 million higher than that. That's something that we didn't have pulled together the last time we talked about the specific budgets as those had just been submitted. And of note is that both the two big state issues, realignment and redevelopment, are generally excluded from those budget numbers. From a public safety standpoint, we are tentatively balanced with a whole host of assumptions relative to 11-12. The department requested budgets are $3.6 million higher than that amount, and the state impacts are, that you've heard a lot about today, are excluded from those numbers. Throughout February and March, we've discussed a number of local and state challenges, and I will go through them briefly. From a local perspective, we have a 5% further property tax decline. That's a $4.8 million decrease in revenues related to 11-12. On a per capita basis, as we talked about at the February 22nd meeting, since Prop 13, we've now had a 10% per capita decline in our total revenues. That impacts the important services that are provided out of the general fund, in the library fund, and also when we talk about fire protection, similar to the discussion that you just had. There's also been some discussions relative to changing workloads in different areas of the county. Whereas in the economic recession, in some areas, the workloads have gone down, and in some cases dramatically, whereas others that are counter-cyclical in nature, the workloads have actually gone up, and we have increased demands at the very time where we have reduced revenues. From a state perspective, there is the proposed elimination of redevelopment agencies, which was one vote shy in the Assembly of being approved last week. There are about a dozen different iterations of this proposal related to 11-12. What seems clear is that something's going to happen related to redevelopment agencies, and it's likely to rip off some portion of local money. Exactly what that form is, we don't yet know. I can get there. We don't yet know, but clearly it has a significant potential impact on our budget. Also, there's the proposed realignment of what's broadly defined as public safety that you've heard in two pieces. The Health and Human Services side that we talked about back in February, or excuse me, at your last board meeting, which has $22 million in increased fiscal responsibility transitioning from the state to counties, covering child welfare, mental health services, which includes the AB 3632. That's the mental health services for special education students, which is a hugely hot button political issue between counties and schools in some areas, substance abuse services, and adult protective services as well. There's also the public safety realignment, which you heard a lot about today. I've included in here what the range of our internal cost estimates would be related to that, in that $8 to $39 million range. In total, depending upon how this, how a potential realignment would ultimately shake out and whether it actually gets approved, we're talking $30 to $60 million in total potential impacted funding and programs to the county. So this is intended to capture a number of the different areas that we've talked about over the past several meetings, and to put them all in one place with some overall context. From a Health and Human Services perspective, clearly primary issue is related to realignment. From a state perspective, more locally, for the portion of HHS that deals with land development, that's a portion of the environmental health workload. There is a revenue workload realignment potential issue. Those two impacts have the potential to impact 2 staff from a local perspective, and 9 related to the realignment, and those 9 are specifically related to the AB 3632 proposal pending with the state. From a library perspective, we're in the 3rd year of declining property tax revenue, and there are state cuts on top of that that impact local operations. Fire protection, which you've just heard a lot about. This is particularly an issue, the decreased property tax revenue for the Dry Creek and the North Auburn Ophir fire areas. From a CEDR perspective, we continue to have this alignment relative to revenues and workload perhaps to a lesser degree than where we were at the beginning of the recession, but it's an ongoing potential challenge to work through. And in that, there are potentially up to 9 positions that could have some impact. From a public works perspective, it's more of an operational impact with the reductions in the road revenues, as Ken was talking about, and the challenges to ensure that there's a sustainable level of services that are occurring there. Public safety, clearly it's the realignment, the big impacts of that, and perhaps the big question related to public safety is whether or not that substantial potential increase in programmatic responsibility will then require the operation of 2 fully staffed jails, both the one here in Auburn and the one down in Roosevelt. And then the redevelopment proposal, which to the extent there was a proposed elimination, there are up to 17 positions that could be impacted by that. We believe there will likely be some phased type of approach to a redevelopment impact, which could make that a little bit more manageable at the outset. So moving from where we are with the state, that's still trying to figure out how to get to zero, there are some local resources and resource options that are relevant for your board's consideration as we transition to a more full discussion relative to balancing the 11-12 budget. The general fund reserve currently has $8.2 million in revenues available. Those are not currently reflected in the initial 11-12 budget estimates. Capital projects support, there is an annual general fund contribution that has gone to capital projects to ensure that consistent with the DeWitt master plan discussion, that as new capital facility needs come online, there's some available cash to pay for those. There's currently $4.5 million related to the 11-12 budget set aside for that. The South Placer Jail financing option, which has been raised by your board as a place to analyze and explore and see how that would look relative to our 11-12 budget and options. Prior infrastructure funds, and these are dollars that were previously set aside by your board relative to unanticipated capital repairs that might come up through the course of doing business throughout the year. And a variety of other funds which fall by way of reserves in some areas and trust funds, some of which are can only be used for certain dedicated purposes, while others may have some greater discretionary appropriation authority by your board to the extent that you would want to engage in a reprioritization of resources discussion in those areas. We will return to your board at the next meeting with the more full analysis relative to all the list of potential resources that might be available and the extent to which there is board authority and to what degree relative to allocating those dollars. We would also request, given where we're at overall in our budget development and through all that has been discussed and learned throughout these budget workshops, that further direction to staff to return April 5th with 3 different scenarios relative to both the dollars and the staff and some resource options. This would deal with just talking about what our local challenge is. So if we just pretend the state can't do anything to hurt us and they can't do anything to help us, I think that one's a given. Where are we at locally relative to 1112, and what are our options relative to what the impacts are? Second, assuming that there is a realignment somewhat along the lines of what's currently on the table, what does that look like relative to our 11-12 and future budgets? And then finally, what if that doesn't happen? So what if we end up with a state budget where there is no realignment, and yet there's still the need to identify billions of dollars in more cuts or some other types of solutions, what that may look like to us locally. That third one clearly is the trickiest one to tease out, given that there's nothing on the table currently that would suggest that cuts would be in this set of programs over here, but not these over here. So we would have to come up with some assumptions related to what that might look like for 11-12. In addition, we would propose to come back April 5th to have a discussion in context related to the county financial policies. We discussed in February sort of an historical development and what the value has been related to those financial policies. And so coming back April 5th and putting that in the context of where we are today and looking forward to what our tools are relative to the 11-12 budget. Also affirming current policy directions related to the hiring restrictions by way of the hiring freeze, utilization of extra help, and what the overtime practices might be in the county as we move forward. And then any further direction that that your board may see fit relative to pulling together that 11-12 proposed budget, which we would then come back for your consideration later this spring. And with that, I'm available for any questions and look forward to continued discussions.
Jack.
Yeah, thank you, Graham, again, for the message, and all apologies on lifting your statement that you made in your report. In the legal profession, it's not theft, it's called an homage.
It's all good.
My question, though, is with regards to forecasting and talking about future financial position, vis-a-vis the state and the county. Is there thought, and maybe this is going to be encompassed in what you bring back to the board, of an overarching master plan to kind of look at, incorporate our policies and forecast out like on a 3, 5, and 10-year plan, so we kind of know where we're driving, revenues are driving in this direction, what are we going to be doing for public safety, health and human services, and along down those lines. Is that kind of what you're talking about, or?
That's certainly been the approach that's been taken in the past that we would propose to continue doing. The time frame that has historically been used has been a 2-year window to work through, particularly given the amount of flux that exists at the state level and what may occur in 1 year versus the next year. From a county revenue standpoint, we have existing modeling related to a 2-year modeling related to where we think things are going, and coordinate with the appropriate departments to tease that piece of it out. From a local perspective, it's a lot easier to work that out than it is to factor in some of the state impacts. But we could certainly incorporate elements of that into the April 5th discussion so that there's some clarity about what the context is. And Holly perhaps can add a little bit more to that.
Yes, you know, historically, we have done long-term modeling, and we will continue to do that. As of the last year, we were doing some two-year modeling because frankly, the landscape was changing so dramatically that it really helped us almost do a two-year budget and know if the actions in the current year or the next year, if they were sustainable even for another year. We continue to do that longer range modeling. Obviously, the further you get out, the less reliable it is. But we do adjust it every year. We do take that longer view in a macro sense. You know, it doesn't get down to the account detail, but it looks at our long-term salaries and benefit structure, what our obligations are with respect to new facilities, where we can make contributions, where we have historically and in the future might want to make contributions, and that goes over a much longer period of time. And we find that very useful. It's just in these last few years, frankly, the assumptions vary very widely. With our property tax decline, it really becomes an issue of how are you going to address this ongoing deficit? So short-term, good models, really pretty reliable. We'll see what happens with the state.
Sure.
The longer term, it's really a budget model.
And I do appreciate that. I do think, though, that looking out oftentimes gives us an opportunity to predict where we're going to be going and what we need to do vis-a-vis the various services that we provide.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just a consideration I'm throwing out there to see whether or not the board...
And just to reiterate, we think it's a very important consideration and frankly has allowed this board to get ahead of some of those looming OPEB costs, some of those increasing salary and benefit costs. So it's been a very effective and valuable tool, and we see ourselves continuing to use that.
And that's really what I'm looking at is from the standpoint of being able to predict these big things that are coming up on the horizon. I think it's having those projections, having that foresight is very helpful. So thank you.
Agreed.
Jennifer.
Graham, thank you. Thank you both for the quick wrap-up and the comprehensive wrap-up. I have a specific question about fire. With the declining property tax revenue and the state regulation changes, particularly talking about the eliminating the 4 staffers per truck and taking that down to 3 through CDF, does that have any effect on our agreement with Placer Fire?
Actually, I'm not the person that would be able to answer that question, but I believe that person is on her way up.
Excellent.
Hi, Allison Carlos. You know, those discussions are currently being had so that your board will fully know any implications of reducing the from 4-person staffing to 3-person staffing. So yes, we would still have a contract with them. It would be built in and considered and factored, but the discussions are very fresh.
So in other words, would we not automatically go from 4-person staffing to 3-person staffing because we have a contract that's separate from the regular CAL FIRE agreements?
I think what I find is the nuances of the conversation try to get to accommodate with the interests of both parties. And so I don't find that it definitely means an increased or reduced contract. What it means is that it looks at the overall ability to provide the service within a certain capacity. So I would say that it would probably result in some decline in the contract amount, which would give us the savings that we would be looking for with that service level reduction. So is that getting to your question?
I guess what I'm trying to get at is, are we looking at a decline from 3?
Yes,
from
it's
4
one
to 3?
potential service level cut, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So the fact that we have a contract which is separate than what CAL FIRE has an agreement does not protect us from that cut?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. One of the things that we haven't talked about at all, and it's been pretty important to this board over the years, is the Williamson Act. The state has basically eliminated it by reducing it to $1,000 maximum. So I'd really like to have some discussion of that when we come back on the 5th. when we do come back on the 5th, I'm interested in how will the process of bringing back these 3 different proposals work? Who will be included in creating those 3 different proposals? Is that going to be an inclusive process with like the department heads weighing in, finance committee? Who's going to drive that?
Well, that would be our standard process. The county exec's office is obligated to prepare the draft budget for you, so we would be looking at bringing, and I think you've heard very much of the details since February 8th on, that the numbers, for example, that Graham indicated, the at-risk employee groups that would be contained within one of those groups. That is the obligation of our department to bring that forward to the board. And I don't think you'll be seeing a whole lot of surprises from what you've already heard over the last 3 workshop days.
Right, and I understand that it's your obligation to bring that forward, but my question is are there going to be people who are outside the CEO's office part of framing those 3 different proposals?
Well, we already have the budget information that's been brought forward by all the departments submitting their budgets and work that through the process. And we would be bringing forward the information on realignment that you've heard through this. I guess it's not a democratic effort by which everybody sits together and comes forward with a proposal, especially by April 5th. That's literally around the corner. Holly, do you have any more thoughts on that?
Well, the only thing I was going to add was that the departments have all submitted their requested budget, so it's very clear what they would like in terms of a request. They have also met what we call the base budget, which is kind of what we wanted them to come in with, to be perfectly honest, in order to get us close enough to balance. Over the next 2 weeks, starting yesterday, we are meeting with all of the departments, and it's a very condensed time frame to meet with each and every department to go over what their request is, what the challenges are in the department, what the potential implications and outcomes are. And then from that, we will be crafting what you'll see on April 5th. Recognize this is a very, very short time frame to be crafting this direction and setting it up so that you can give, good direction in terms of how you want to see, what you want us to rely on in terms of the proposed budget. And then, as you know, once the proposed budget is prepared, any department has the opportunity to appeal what is in the budget or not in the budget. In addition, some of those policies that we rely on typically have gone to the Finance Committee to be crafted and to be reviewed. So it comes from several different sources. We would not be sitting down with a separate group to craft those scenarios over the next couple of weeks. Frankly, we're going to be challenged to meet with every department on their individual needs. But we think through the input that we received through the Finance Committee, through the Capital Improvements Committee, and the information that you've seen that's been crafted by departments and our staff over the last several weeks, that we can refine it well enough for you to at least evaluate the information and provide some direction for preparation of the proposed budget. Is it the end-all, be-all? No. Will every question be answered? I'd love to say yes, but no. So it's received from various places. It will not be a separate committee.
Okay, and then on the 5th, if there are, individuals or department heads or, say, the union leadership that has disagreements about the information that's presented in the proposals, what opportunity will they have to present alternate plans, for lack of a better term?
Yes, on April 5th, we'll be seeking direction from your board, and we'll use that to help craft a proposed budget that's balanced as we're required to do. Some of those key policy pieces will be discussed by your board as we move forward. Your board then has the opportunity to approve or amend the proposed budget when we bring it back to you in June. We will then finish out the fiscal year as of June 30th and make recommendations for adjustments to the final budget. And as you know, we go through a series of workshops where there's considerable input, not only from the unions, but from the departments and a range of other stakeholders that provide input at that point. In addition, I already mentioned we will be meeting with the Finance Committee and the Capital Improvements Committee to refine how all those pieces fit together. So that's the process as it's prescribed. Certainly, whatever direction your board has, we're willing to incorporate or provide as part of the proposed budget.
I'm sorry, my question really was, on April 5th, is there going to be an opportunity for people who have disagreements with what's presented in the three different scenarios to stand up and say, you know, I disagree with this and I think this is a better alternative? Or
if your board, typically people have an opportunity to comment, and that would be up to the chairman and the rest of the board.
And we would hope that we'd provide you with enough information. For example, if you said we want to suspend OPEB payments, that we'd be able to tell you how much dollar that is, and if you want to put them to whatever the priorities of the board is, and how to do that. Or if you want to suspend, you want to use reserves to keep up a higher level of service, then we'll clearly have how much those dollars are reserves, or any one of those things. So,
Well, and then we're still planning on having our August budget workshop.
yes, and but remember, this is preparing the proposed budget that you want to have operational on July 1. It's a very mechanical process to simply get that done.
Correct.
And so that does take quite a bit of work. That's why we really need some kind of guidance on February 5th about making that technical document put together. So effective, hopefully July 1, you have an operating budget that does not pull you into deficits before you get to your August workshops.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The August budget workshop will be, I think, critically important this year, given that there's such huge stakes relative to the state budget that whether there's a special election in June or not, it's not going to get worked out prior to that point. Right. So we're likely to be in a position of putting together a proposed budget, knowing that there are potential implications relative to the state that may or may not actually be incorporated into that on the front end, but we'd have to come back to reconcile that once there's final state action. And on a number of the state budget related items, so realignment's the biggest one. The discussion is right now is only about the constitutional amendment portion, which is the bare minimum that the legislature thinks it needs to go to the ballot to get public support. There's a whole host of other changes for all these issues in the health and human services area and in the public safety area that would then be vetted through the normal legislative process, and that would go through all through the spring and likely through the summer. So there's a lot more left, even with clarity about a special election. So if that were to happen tomorrow, we still would likely have a lot of issues to come back to reconcile with when we got to August this year.
Okay, and then, I'm sorry, Holly, it sounded like you wanted to.
Oh, no, I was just going to add that really we'd be looking for some broad policy guidance on April 5th, the extent to which the board may want to use or the ratio of one-time to ongoing revenue sources. If we're looking at 2 or 3 years out, to what extent are you willing to spin down some of those reserves, as we have, and we'll have some recommendations in that regard. Obviously, trust funds have a short-term benefit, so it really will be looking at those broader policy perspectives, including those that are currently included in the finance policies, the OPEB policies, and what your board may direct as far as how we want to treat those for the upcoming fiscal years, but really what the implications are a little further out as well.
Okay, and then my last question is, or not question, but something that I would like to see when you come back on April 5th, is, you know, I do think we have some other options that we really haven't talked about in terms of cost cutting here at the county, as it relates specifically to the local challenges and resources. I went online and you know, just looked at salaries in Placer County and the W-9s as reported on Controller Chang's page. You know, in 2009, we had 25 people who made over $175,000 according to their W-2s. So one of the things that I would like to talk about is salary caps, some executive salary caps, and looking at what the implications for that would be for retirement and for OPEB. And you know, what would that do structurally to the county? You know, have we considered, as the city of San Francisco is considering, requiring a higher payment for those higher earners into insurance and retirement. The city of San Francisco seems to think that's something they can do. And they're also looking at potentially capping retirement for the upper end earners. And I just think that's something that we should at least look at. It's nothing that we've really talked about here. I don't know if it's going to have a significant impact or not, but I think it's worth an analysis and discussion.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Jack?
Just wanted to touch on two things, and I appreciate your comments, Supervisor Montgomery and also Holly. Two things, just basic clarity and also cooperation. I think having been through this before a couple years back, the most important thing to keep everybody together is the open lines of communication, open, base budgets, if we can get those circulated. That has a tendency to open people's eyes to exactly what's going on, and it's very important, I think, that we keep as many options on the table as possible. Just because an option may not be objectable because of whatever ramifications, when I'm counseling one of my clients, it's everything's on the table, even the ones with the warts on it. And if they want to go there, I tell them, here are the consequences of doing that. So I think that, the more we can have of demonstrating what's available, even though we may wince at the thought, the fact that it's on the table, I think, also creates an opportunity to get the discussion going. So.
Yeah, very good.
Anything else? Okey doke. We will now adjourn to closed session and lunch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The board will go into closed session, take up the items on page 3. Item 9, it will be labor discussions. Neither I nor Mr. Carton will be involved. Rather, the board will be assisted by Supervising Deputy County Counsel Valerie Flood.